Welcome to the final of the European prototype races here for the Ultimate Cup. We're live on YouTube. Thank you for joining us. We're having a lovely time here. My name's Claire Cottingham. Alongside me is Renault Lacroix, and we are ready for what is looking to be a beautiful day of racing here. You look a bit perplexed. Are we confused?
Yes, we are in the south of France. It's sunny outside. Why are we not at the beach?
I think it's a bit too cold for the beach. I can see my breath at the moment, and I'm currently wearing 3 layers. So if you would like to go to the beach, let's go. We're here, of course, for 4 racing of the prototype endurance racing, and we've got a championship battle on our hands. Now, quite a few different drivers could win this at this point. Who do you think is looking strong?
Well, I'm not good at betting on drivers because I always lose, so I don't want to be, you know, the bad luck on these drivers.
Commentator's curse, we like to call that in the UK.
Yes, so I say everyone has a chance, an equal chance today, really. Okay,
an equal chance. So I'm going to put the 154 is looking particularly strong at the moment, I would say. At the moment we're in the way of pole position, so I'm going to move back just slightly because car number 20 alongside us, which has got Quentin Basora at the moment at the wheel of it, they're on pole position. Do we think that's the other championship contender at the moment? Do we think that this is a good place to be starting at Paul Ricard?
Of course it is, especially in the first turn and the S de la Verrerie. It's always good to be first, even though it's a long race, obviously, and starting from pole position does not mean you will win the race.
No, especially when we've got 4 hours. Alongside them, let's spin us round then and have a look at these beautiful cars just behind us. We've got car number 20, which is on pole position, the 154, which is alongside them, which at the moment has Erwin Creed alongside them. That car is something that we're really excited to talk about. I think, firstly, I'm going to let you head off, though, and speak to Quentin Basora, who's on pole position. We're going to hear from the man that is sitting at the front of the grid. There's a lot of cars on this grid, and we're hopefully going to be able to see and have a quick chat with them. Renault, I'm going to give you the microphone, so let's see if Quentin can chat.
Quentin. Pole position. Beaucoup de... Hop, la voiture, vous êtes déjà en train de partir. On va vous interviewer avant que ce soit le départ. Pole position, une course quand même longue qui s'annonce. Quel avantage ici de partir vraiment en tête quand on sait toute la panique que ça peut être dans les S de la Verrerie?
Beau challenge, effectivement on joue le championnat ce week-end, donc partir en pole position c'est toujours un avantage. Maintenant la course est longue, donc on va donner tout ce qu'on peut et avec mes coéquipiers on va mettre tout en place pour aller chercher cette victoire.
Et donc quelle est la stratégie aujourd'hui? Est-ce qu'on va jouer plus la sécurité ou est-ce qu'on va attaquer d'entrée de jeu en regardant en permanence les adversaires directs au championnat?
On va se focus sur nous-mêmes. Depuis le début du week-end, on déploie un travail de qualité, donc on va continuer comme ça.
Merci beaucoup Quentin Basora depuis la pole position.
Okay, just a quick chat then for our English viewers. Just give a big, quick update of that as we walk over to Nicolas Prost.
Well, it's obviously the best starting position on this kind of track, and especially when you are playing the championship. But they are not focused on the other drivers in the field. They are focused on themselves and on their race.
Okay, well, another person alongside me, another championship contender, Nicolas Prost. Nico, this is exciting, isn't it? Final race of the season. You guys have really been working well as a team, haven't you? Just talk me through, though, the emotions heading into this one.
Yeah, obviously with time you get a bit more used to it, you know, but it's always the same, you know, but you want to do well, you cannot so much control the others, so you do your best and then at the end you count the points.
Now this is a track as well that you know incredibly well. You did some filming earlier today with a picture of your dad behind you as well. Just talk me through what this track means to you.
Well, obviously, you know, originally all my family is from Marseille, and obviously I've been to this track I don't know how many times, so it's like home for me, so yeah, it would be nice to get a good result here.
You are probably, well not probably, you're definitely the most experienced of the drivers within the team. What kind of things are you saying to them at this point about, you know, preparation and how they get ready for you know, basically nearly winning a championship?
When you say experience, you mean I'm the oldest?
I didn't say old. I think age is a privilege, my friend. But yeah, you're a bit older.
Yeah, I'm joking. No, yeah, obviously, you know, you need to be calm and you need to take the race on. As we say, it's an endurance race. You cannot so much control what the others are doing. Just do your best, do your job, and hopefully at the end it will work out.
Okay, preparation now. Are you running off, or have you got anything to say to Erwin? What kind of happens now?
You know, he needs to calm down and to focus. So you need just a small handshake, and he's been doing incredibly well all season. I'm sure he'll do really well today.
Okay, go well.
Thank you.
Okay, another driver, obviously, they're in contention for the championship. We're going to head down now to car number 28, which is actually alongside me, which is Alim Gashev. Now, Alim is also technically we've got Nico Prost just having a little look around car number 28 here, seeing what's going on with the rear of the car. But you always know when it's a good driver, don't you, when they're starting to have a look around the car. Alim, how are we feeling?
Awesome.
Awesome, I like to hear that. Starting the race, 4 hours to go, final race of the season. You guys have had such a good run of it recently. Has that given you confidence coming into this race?
Oh, we're just looking for a good race. That's it. Enjoy driving, and we'll see what happens.
Are you two being classic racing drivers where you're not thinking about the championship, you just want to have a good race?
Oh, for sure.
For sure. All right, good luck.
Thank you very much.
I would see if I could see his teammate somewhere, but James Winslow is not around us on the grid. So let's head a little bit further down. Oh, as I say it, James Winslow comes alongside me. Is that what happens? You're like Beetlejuice. If I say your name 3 times, you turn up in a mirror.
It does seem that way, yes.
Just speaking to Alim just then, very cool and collective at the moment. Very much like we're not thinking about the small chance of the championship. We're here to race.
Exactly, yeah. We haven't, because of what happened at the start of the season with the first 3 races, we had mechanical failures. We haven't thought about the championship at all. Championship would be a very nice cherry on top of the cake. We want to win today, though. We're giving it everything. We've qualified 4th, which is bronze, and silver. So it's like pole position if there was a class for that. So P4 is the best qualifying result of the season. Car's amazing. Team have done a good job, and we're feeling positive.
Now, we just saw Nico Prost having a look at the rear end of your car. Just a little look, see what's going on. What would he have been able to gauge from something like that, just a glance? Is there anything that you can kind of get when racing drivers, they go around, they start looking down, don't they?
I think our car particularly, because we're running less wing than everyone else. Like, for example, this guy's running hole 4, we're on hole 2. So we're on low downforce, there's no wind at the moment. As we know, the Mistral wind can pick up here. So we could be changing that during the event. But yeah, we're running low wing, so that makes us quick in Sector 2. Maybe we lose a fraction in Sector 3, but Sector 3 you can't overtake. Sector 2 you can. You can get in the slipstream and pass people or stop people passing you. Tire deg's a bit higher on the lower wing, so it's all a little bit of a gamble, but we think we've made the right decision, and it's proved quick in practice. We topped practice, and we were very quick in qualifying as well.
I was going to say, that's something that you don't think about the day before the race. That's something you've thought about the entirety of practice and qualifying as well.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it for about 3 or 4 years now. Because the wind here makes such a massive difference to these cars on the aero. If the wind is coming in this direction, for example, you can run lower wing. If the wind is in this direction, you must run higher wing because you lose downforce into Bose, into Scene, and you have oversteer in the scary fast corners. Yeah. So yeah, it's a science project, and you're always looking up and looking for the windsock and the flags and seeing which way the wind's blowing, the temperature of the track for the tyre pressures, all that technical talk.
Well, the windsock would be not moving at all because it is still as anything, quite warm out here. Conditions warmer than we've seen at all in the morning, actually. How the tyre temp's going to do with this?
I think for November it's amazing. Yeah. We haven't really seen much rain. It's been amazing so far, so let's hope it stays this way. Let's hope the sun keeps coming out, gets higher and doesn't get blocked by any clouds, and we can get some tyre temp, but it will be tricky. The tyres come out the oven 20 minutes ago. We sit here on this 10-degree tarmac, so they're all getting cooler and cooler and cooler. So the first lap, there's going to be lock-ups, there's going to be cold tyres, and the tyre pressures are set for the oven, not for a cold track. So for sure, the first 4 laps is hard.
It's green out there as well, so it's going to be spicy. Good luck with the race. I'm sure we'll speak to you throughout it. But yeah, good luck with your gamble.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. James Winslow then, car number 28, his teammate Alain Guichef that we were speaking to a moment ago. We're going to head down though, Renault, and see what's going on at car number 99. Speaking there, James made a really good point. It's going to be cold out there. Tyres are cold, they're cold at the moment. We've got to get some heat in them, and we're going to see a couple of lockups as we go.
And Claire, just I've been looking to the rear wing of this car as I was listening to you, and indeed they are 2 clicks lower in terms of downforce than the other cars around. So that's very interesting. We will have to see how they are doing in the long straight behind the Mistral.
Okay, well we are just by car number 99. I'm going to let you take this one away in français.
En français avec, avec Cindy Gudet qui doit prendre le départ chez Nerguti. Cindy, alors je suis venu vous parler spécialement parce que cette voiture 99 de Nerguti Compétition, on la voit souvent faire des bonnes qualifications et après on sait que ça a été difficile toute la saison, toujours un petit pépin durant la course. Est-ce que les leçons ont été apprises durant cette saison pour faire la course parfaite aujourd'hui?
En tout cas, c'est forcément ce qu'on va essayer de faire. On part encore dans le top 10, donc on a fait des qualifications qui sont plutôt correctes. Maintenant, on va essayer de faire encore une bonne stratégie de course, prendre un départ correct. On verra bien sûr après les premiers tours où on se trouve. Mais bien sûr que l'objectif, c'est forcément d'essayer d'accrocher un bon résultat pour toute l'équipe, pour tous les partenaires qui ont suivi l'équipe toute la saison. Ça nous tient vraiment à cœur. Et voilà, on en profite vraiment pour remercier toute l'équipe Nerguti. Et surtout remercier tous les partenaires qui nous entourent et qui nous ont permis de faire cette saison.
Alors aujourd'hui, les conditions idéales, il fait beau, il n'y a pas de vent du tout, il y a très peu d'humidité, l'air est vraiment en train de s'assécher. Techniquement, comment ça va se jouer en termes de réglage et de pilotage?
Alors là, en fait, il fait très froid ce matin, donc c'est la mise en température qui va être assez importante. Et ensuite, ça va être d'essayer de garder une bonne pression dans les pneumatiques. Et après, on verra bien sûr, suivant les faits de course, etc. Mais je pense que là, c'est la température qui sera un petit peu la clé, en tout cas dans les premiers tours.
Merci beaucoup Cindy et bonne course. Je crois qu'on va nous évacuer de la piste.
Okay, well, we've got the 5-minute board out and about now. Lovely to hear from car number 99 there. Let's hear from CD Sport, though. Hello, Chris Short, alongside me. You're not starting. Rob Greenwood is starting, obviously, today. How's he feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, he's feeling good. He had a good qualifying session yesterday. It's put us 9th. It's best start so far this season, so nice to be in top 10. Rob's feeling really relaxed. The car was great yesterday. We know it's got the pace, obviously, based on what Artur did in qualifying. So we're feeling good, we're feeling happy, and we are ready for a good race.
Okay, I'm going to let you run off because you're going to get chucked off the grid. So thank you so much. Good luck for the rest of the race. Renault, just a final few words from you before we get kicked off the grid. This is going to be fun, isn't it?
It's going to be fun, but it's going to be cold at the start of the race, and that's what I was talking about with Cindy. The tire temperature will be a factor today, and they will have to work slowly to get the temperatures right because it's very cold this morning.
Okay, we're getting kicked off the grid. We're ready for 4 hours of racing here at Paul Ricard. Make sure you stay with us. We've got French commentary and we've got English commentary, and it's right there where you're watching it now. If you're watching it in English, you want it in French, just go over to the French channel. That's absolutely fine. You can hear from Renault and Alex. On the English channel, it's me and Chris, so make sure you join us then. 4 hours, we're ready to go racing.
Thank you very much, Claire Cottingham and Renault down there on the grid. We are about to go racing for the final time in the European Endurance Prototype Cup for 2025. 2 championships on the line. The overall Drivers' Championship with Romain Carton leading the way on 80.75 points. That is a quirk of the 1.5 times points for the 6-hour race we had in Portimao. But it is Erwin Creed, Marlon Hernandez and Nicolas Prost in the 154 Kojimo car that are chasing them just 5.75 points back. And then Alain Guichef and James Winslow still technically in mathematical contention, a further 14.5 points back. They are going to need something of a miracle to bring the championship home, but never say die. In the teams championship, any one of 5 could still win it. It's Kojimo leading the way there on 82.5 points, just 1 3/4 points ahead of DB Autosport. 23 events, Graf and ANS Motorsport still in mathematical contention as well. In terms of the grid, it is the 2 teams fighting for the championship who start on the front row of the grid. There's been no changes to the 154 Kojimo crew across the season, so they're on the same level of points, but there's been quite a bit of swapping and changing for the number 20 DB Autosport team that's starting on pole position. So it is 2 new teammates for Romain Carton this weekend. Normally Matthias Besch would be their gold driver, but he is busy taking part in the World Endurance Championship rookie test with Peugeot this weekend. So we can forgive him for not being here. It is the Dutchman Job van Utrecht, the LMP2 star and European Le Mans Series champion of a few years ago in LMP3, who joins the team. And Quentin Bassora moves over from the number 21 car, the son of the team boss Daniel. He is the DB in DB Autosport. And with that as well, Louis Rossi returns to the championship in the car that's starting in 3rd position from ANS Motorsport, standing in for the injured Adrian Chilla. Alongside Belen Garcia and Paul Trajani. There are a few other changes to bring you up to speed on. Switch Racing, I think for the first time this season, running a bronze driver in the form of Fabien Michal, multiple French GT4 and GT4 European Series champion. So he joins Sandro Perisuti and Alistair Young as they round out their first campaign in circuit competition, the Stunt and Drift outfit, as we will have the grid or have the formation lap underway very shortly, as I welcome James Winslow into the commentary box, who is, as I said, still in mathematical contention for the championship. James, how are we doing?
Good morning. Nice and cold Monday morning for.
It is nice and chilled, isn't it?
It is, yes. It feels very, 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 very calm and chilled so far. I'm sure that's about to change pretty quickly.
Absolutely. Right, let's run you through the grid then. It's Quentin Bassora who starts the number 20 DB Autosport car from pole position, fighting for the championship with his closest rival, Erwin Creed, who starts alongside him for Kojimo Racing. Louis Rossi in the number 71 ANS Motorsport car starts alongside Alim Geshev for 23 Events Racing. Then it's Arlan Boulan in the CD Sport car number 32 and Alistair Young in the Switch Racing number 4 machine. Alexandre Lafourcade starting the 777 Lamo car. And then it's Cindy Goudet in the Naguti competition car, Rob Greenwood in the 31 CD Sport car, and then Christophe Cresp completes the top 10, the first of the all-AM runners for 23 events. Then comes Gaël Julien, a change at Graf Racing's number 7 car. Franck Desertot will not be racing this weekend, and so that effectively becomes an all-pro lineup now alongside Jonathan Thomas. Then it's Nick Adcock in the number 30 CD Sport car, Eric Troulet in the number 9 Graf car, Alexandre Leroy in the number 70. Now, if we had dramas on the formation lap, oh my goodness, that is Alim Geshev, who has gone off on the formation lap. James, you were talking about those cold tyres.
Yeah, and it's an issue. It's obviously very cool, very early on a Monday morning. Tyres are cold. Tyres are warmed up in the oven 1 hour before the race. And then you sit on the grid for 20 minutes and they cool down. The tyre pressures are set for the oven, not for a cold tyre warming up. So, yeah. I'd just spoken to Alim literally minutes ago about that. That is a tricky part of this. The tyre is not really designed for when it's cold. It's designed to work at 200 kilometers an hour through scene when it's at 70 degrees Celsius. So it looks like an easy mistake to make, and it really is easy to make when the tyre is that cold.
Well, yourself and Cindy Goudet pointed out the importance of getting the tyres up to temperature and taking it easy for the first few laps. We've just seen a clear example of that. I'll just quickly run you through the rest of the grid. So it will be Gwen Delamere in the Sisselcom car, only their second outing in this championship. Then Jimmy Cho in the number 8 Graf car. Jacques Wolf for Racing Spirit of Le Mans number 51, starts from 17th. Then Pierre de Curtin in the T2 by Hallyday Racing machine. Frederic Lacour in the second of the Racing Spirit of Le Mans cars. Nathan Kumar returns to the championship with CD Sport in their 33 car. And then we're really getting into the all-AM runners. Frederic Croulet for ANS Motorsport. Carol Frisch for Lamo Racing. Sebastian Morales already crowned champions in the AM category in the 555 Kojimo car in 23rd. Stefan Rupp, his teammate, starts alongside him in 57. Jean-Francois Yvonne for ANS. And then Daniel Bissara starts the number 21 DB Auto Sports car from the back of the grid that Adrien Bastide crashed at Scene Corner yesterday. Adrien will not be joining us, unfortunately. But the grid in a DB Auto Sports sandwich, we're ready to fight for the title in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. James, what's going through your head at this point?
I just want them all to get through turn one cleanly. For sure, the tyres are cold. A lot of these drivers are not going to be expecting the temperature of that tyre, so I'm expecting lock-up, smoke, incidents at turn one. First lap's going to be very difficult for these drivers. I just hope that our number 28, Aleem, survives the first 2 laps and we get this race underway nice and cleanly.
26 cars ready to battle for 4 hours of racing in the European Endurance Prototype Cup as we say au revoir to 2025 with a 3-way championship fight to conclude the season. The red lights are on. We wait for them to be extinguished. We're racing for the final time this year. Very even start between the top 2, Quentin Bassora and Erwin Creed. But look at Louis Rossi fighting on the inside and Alim Gashev making it 4 wide potentially as well. Very, very dicey stuff going into the first corner. It's Louis Rossi on the inside. Erwin Creed fights back, cuts the chicane a little bit there as well. So comes out just in front of the ANS Motorsport car. And he may well have to yield that spot. In fact, they nearly bang wheels as Louis Rossi fights down the inside into the hotel chicane, and the former Grand Prix motorcycle racer takes to the front. Dicey stuff in the first few corners there. Alim Gashev hanging on to 4th position, just about behind the 2 title rivals. In fact, it's top 3 in the championship. Linus Stern in 2nd, 3rd and 4th at the moment. But Louis Rossi with a great start from 3rd position, fighting up to the front as they settle in behind further back. The Hallyday car getting forced off the road, I think, by the number 7 Graf car of Jimmy Cho going onto the Mistral. First big slipstreaming opportunity, but it is Louis Rossi who leads Erwin Creed, Quentin Bassora, and then Alim Gashev just in front of Alistair Young, who is one of the quick drivers starting this car. They do have a bronze driver, but they've opted to start with one of their quicker drivers, the son of former Minardi Grand Prix driver Alex Young in that car.
Great start by Rossi there. He's obviously he's a very good bronze driver, and he's made a very good start there. I think you can only lose the race at turn 1, and usually it's don't lose it at turn 1 and don't lose the 4-hour race at turn 1, so drive calmly. But it looked like everybody was 5 abreast at turn 1 and taking it very not calmly.
You were wincing quite a lot there. Alistair Young just moving past Alim Gashev there. Now, as I said, that is the silver class driver against your bronze driver, so you'd expect Alistair Young to make a little bit of progress, but very nearly lost it on the exit of Scene Corner, and he's carving his way through the field. Oh, clatters into the side of the championship leading car. Now that could have ended in tears. Quentin Bassora doing very well to hang on to that, but Alistair Young getting his elbows out early doors, and now Alim Gashev is going to fight on the outside, side by side on the exit of Virage Dupont at the end of the first lap. Louis Rossi leads by 2.1 seconds over Erwin Creed, and here comes Cindy Goudet as well, trying to make it 3 wide into the first corner. Goudet with a brilliant double move into the first corner. She is on fire here.
Yeah, Aleem avoided collision there, which was nice, which is what we're after. So a great move by Cindy to overtake 2 cars in 1 move up the inside into turn 1. Great move.
Well, according to the FIA website, she's going to be downgraded to bronze for next season. I'd have a look at that one, actually, because that was a cracking, opportunistic move. Aleem did manage to get that move done on Quentin Bassora. So at the moment, it's advantage Kojimo in the championship, but we're only at the end of lap 1, and so it's still still anybody's game.
And again, this is all down to tyre temp. Whoever starts with the higher pressure is going to be quick at the moment, and in about 3, 4, 5 laps, we're going to see this start to even out and see who got the pressures right for a 1-hour stint and who gambled for a shorter stint and a higher pressure.
Quentin Bassora is starting to go backwards though now, because Eric Trulé has also come through into what should now be 6th position, I want to say. Yeah, past Alain Boulan potentially. Well, it's, yeah, we're looking at 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, 6th position for Eric Trulé, down to 7th now for the championship leading car. Fascinating plays in the early stages of this race. There's the Sisselcom car. Gwen Delamere, the bronze driver, started this lap inside the top 10. So impressed by this team. Coming out of Funyo competition. It's only their 2nd year racing and their 2nd race with this car. They came out of the blocks in Magny-Cours fighting very, very hard and promoting a lot of their Funyo talent through the ranks as well. So this weekend it is Alexandre Manot joining Enzo Calderas and Gwen Delamere in that car. As we see battle on here with Jimmy Cho on the back of the CD Sport number 32 of Alain Boulan, that seems to have had a very difficult start to this race.
And as you can see, the times are still 5, 6 seconds off the qualifying time, so the front tyres are still cold. It's not the rears, it's the fronts. The fronts have to steer the car. Very hard to create that tyre temp and get any temperature at Paul Ricard because the straights are so long. It's a similar thing to Le Mans, where the cold air rushes through the brake ducts, cools the front tyres, cools the front brakes. Very hard to create tyre temp, so yep, you can see that it's taken them a long time to create that temperature.
Jimmy Cho making the move on the inside at turn 3 on Alain Boulan. So Graf moving ahead of CD Sport number 32. That is for 9th position. We had you and Jimmy in the commentary box for one of the races yesterday. Some good news in the Jimmy Cho camp for next season.
Yeah, Jimmy's up to 10th from 16th here today and making some good moves, and he's in a good position for the 2026 season with a European Le Mans Series contract under his belt. So he's moving forward in his career and he's a young driver to watch for sure.
So now we have Alistair Young on the back of the 2nd place car, 2nd place in the championship as well, Erwin Creed. Now it's worth reminding everyone, the only silver class drivers to start this race were Alistair Young, Cindy Goudet and Jimmy Cho. Everyone else a bronze driver. That's either because they're saving their quick drivers for later or they're all bronze lineups. So we fully expect these silver class drivers to move their way up in these early stages, what we see so often in these races, because they're put out in grid position, which is their average speed across the qualifying.
And that's the average speed of all 3 drivers in the car as well. So there was a red flag in qualifying 3 yesterday, which interrupted some people on quick laps. So the grid's a little bit mixed up compared to what you would expect. The Jimmy Choo car has got 3 silvers, all very quick drivers. Normally they start in the top 1st or 2nd spots. This time they found themselves back in 16th because of a red flag stopped one of them getting a fast lap in. So yeah, there's been a lot of action, and as you say, yeah, you expect the silvers to work their way to the front gradually.
Frédéric Lacour gets the honour of the first track limits infringement. That's down at turn 1 in the number 25 Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. Meanwhile, Louis Rossi just pumped in a 2:01.4, and his lead now 5.3 seconds after only 7 minutes of racing. Louis Rossi, on his return to the championship, was running with the Graf team last year, which included a Le Mans Cup campaign as well, but that was cut rather short after his terrible crash at the road to Le Mans. And it's great to see him back out there.
It is great to see him back here. He broke his ankle, his leg. I saw him straight after the race. I was actually in the team helping them at the time, so it was a huge crash. He was lucky to hop away from that one. And he's come back on his return and he's done a fantastic job. It'd be interesting to see if he boxes early, to see if he's on lighter fuel, because you could run half a tank of fuel, give yourself the advantage at the start of the race, pull away, get away from your peers and open up a lead, which he has of 5.3 seconds so far. So it'd be interesting to keep an eye on him and see if he has to box before the hour's finished, the first hour.
Alistair Young with a ballsy move on the inside at Scene Corner on Erwin Creed there, and here comes Cindy Goudet in the Naguti competition car trying to take advantage of that into Le Bousset, but that was cracking stuff from Young there in such an early stage of the race.
Alain Guichev on the move now, purple sector 1, green sector 2. Looks like he's
getting up to speed now and getting us back into the race.
5th position at the moment for Alim, just behind these guys. In fact, there he is, 3rd car in the queue with Eric Troulet for close company. Cindy Goudet right in front of him as well. Worth reminding everyone, the Ngouti competition team, family-run outfit, the smallest team in terms of personnel on the grid, and was a awful crash in the Portimao 6-hour last year that curtailed their hopes, and they've been back for most of the races this year, and it's been wonderful to have them back with us with a cracking lineup as well that includes Valentin Simonet as their bronze driver, who creates all sorts of fantastic car content on YouTube and has made a great bit of content about this car as well some years ago. If you're unfamiliar, the Nova MP02, it's Nova's sort of answer to LMP3. It's not a homologated LMP3 car, but it is very similar in terms of the fact that it's got a roughly 480 horsepower V8 engine. It's Ford Coyote engine rather than the Nissan engine that they were competing against in last year, and similar levels of performance when we add in a little bit of BOP, but this year the European Endurance Prototype Cup exclusive for these cars, and I think that's been a huge success as a decision.
Yeah, the cars are great to drive compared to the LMP3 driver. The LMP3 car is also great to drive, but a very different driving style. The Nova's a bit lighter. Aero seems more important on the Nova.
Cindy Goudet getting forced over to the far right hand of the circuit by Erwin Creed. This could be an opportunity for Alim Geshev. No, it's an opportunity for Eric Troulet, who sails around the outside of Geshev and could do the same to Cindy Goudet at Le Bousset as well. No, settles for one of them, but that was opportunistic stuff from Eric Troulet. Hats off to him for that one in the number 9 Graf car, the outgoing champion. He won the title, or was won the title last year with Luis San Juan, this time last year, but it hasn't quite been the same level of success for the Graf team this season. But Troulet showing he's still got what it takes to fight amongst the top of the bronze field.
Yeah, he's flying. He lost some positions at the start of this race, but I've seen he's climbed forward 3 or 4 spots in the last few laps, so he's on fire at the moment, Eric.
Yeah, making up an awful lot of places. Where did he start? Started in 13th, did Eric Troulet, so he's made up 8 places there. Oh, Geshev going back through on the inside of Eric Troulet there, but Troulet fighting back, going into the hotel chicane. Can Geshev fight this one back? No, Troulet goes back through, but good spirit there from Alim Geshev.
Eric's a very experienced bronze driver, if not one of the best bronze drivers around, so he's done a great start to this race, and Alim is also now arguably one of the best bronzes in the world, so I'm pretty sure Alim will have eyes set on the back of that car and will hopefully pull us forward with the Graf car of Eric Troulet.
Radical World Final champion of last year, thanks to your tutelage in the UAE, and Alim, yeah, you're right to say, definitely one of the best bronze drivers in the field, was the fastest bronze driver in both of his qualifying sessions yesterday.
Yeah, the last 2 rounds he's stepped up another step on the progression ladder and has been extremely quick. Quickest bronze, I think, all week here. I think at the moment we're just struggling for front tyre temp, and some of the others are not. That's been one of our problems all weekend, which is why we're running the low rear wing. You have to turn the front tyre on, otherwise you can't get the car rotated, can't get back to power, lose the exit. That will come to us as the day warms up and tyres warm up.
Another of your students looking to make forward progress against Gwen Delamere. That's Jimmy Cho in the number 8 Graf car that started in 16th position. So both of those Graf cars making good forward progress. Seems to have been a change in the starting driver for the number 7, though, because it was listed as Gaël Julien, but has now since been updated to Jonathan Thomas. So maybe they're saving Gaël for later in the race. In fact, we can see Jonathan Thomas there now on the back of Nick Adcock and Pierre de Curtin, who's just gone past the CD Sport car, actually. Oh, trouble for the second place car. 5-second time penalty for overtaking out of track limits. Now, I wonder which one that was about, whether that was part of one of the 3 wide moments we saw earlier in the race, as we see Jimmy Cho going past Nick Adcock for 13th position.
Yeah, Alistair Young just going purple on that lap as well, so he's closed the gap now to Rossi, so that'll be interesting to see how quickly he can close that. But obviously with his 5-second penalty, you can't collect too many of them in the race. Obviously you're only allowed 2 track limits anyway, even without an overtake.
Yeah.
Over the track limit, so only 2 in a 2-hour stint for, say, a Liam or myself is not many at all, especially at Paul Ricard, where it's very easy to break a track limit, even if you're not trying. Even if you lose time, you get a penalty for a track limit, which doesn't make sense in my book. You should get punished if you gain an advantage, but yeah, you have to save those track limits up, and Alistair's used 1 or 2 already, I think.
Well, the car is so capable of mounting the curbs here, much more than its LMP3 counterparts. So that adds in another element to it as well. But you see a lot of the exit curves very flat, very easy. And Le Bousset is probably a very easy place to do it, because you run it in the middle of the corner all the way up to that blue painted runoff area.
Exactly, yeah. And these cars are so sensitive to the aero. So if the wind changes, like I was saying on the grid earlier, and you have a tailwind all of a sudden, because the Mistral wind can change direction in minutes, and you just lose that 5% grip on the rear, and you can just break a track limit by a millimetre or 2, and that's your second warning, and you got a 5-second penalty, and they build up pretty quickly through the race and can very quickly ruin your race.
Okay, well, hopefully we don't miss any of those messages coming through, because I'm sure they're going to play a quite significant part in this race, and probably could even end up determining the championship. I've seen crazier things happen. Starting to settle down a little bit now as we're 15 minutes or so into the race. Last time around, Louis Rossi did do the fastest lap of the race. We're now into the 1:59s, but was only like 0.02 of a second quicker than Alistair Young. So the gap there stabilising at roughly 7 seconds now.
Yeah, it seems that way, yeah. Yeah, we're 15 minutes into the race now. Looks like we've got the first pit stop for the 555.
Now this looks like problems potentially for the team that was crowned AM champions in Magny-Cours, and they're taping down some of the bodywork clips. So you can see that's where it's connecting. You can see the clip
yeah,
just on the bottom side.
Some front end damage there, and the front clips vibrating. The clips are attached, but yeah, he's obviously got some problem there with the front clip, and they're taping it down to stop the vibration.
And they're doing it on both sides, are they? No, just the left side. Okay, well,
he's probably had some contact.
Potentially, yes, that is likely. So that's Sebastian Morales into pit lane early, and although this probably will count as one of their minimum mandatory pit stops, I suppose they've got to try and get it done within the minimum stop time as well, which is for them it's the shortest, because they're an all bronze lineup, so there isn't any additional handicap for them.
Yes, very true. If they're wise, they'll take that first compulsory. Now we have 4 compulsory pit stops of a certain length of time. Obviously, if you have a bronze, 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 or a silver, 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 or a mixture, there's all different stop times for all different classes, which is where it gets a bit complicated for the commentators to follow the race.
Yep.
Because, but yeah, all the cars have to do 4 mandatory compulsory pit stop times of a certain length of time stationary between the loops in the pit lane.
Yeah, so what is it? Is it come in, do you stop, go back out, come back in, do you refuel, and then carry on your way?
Yeah, it's quite unique at Paul Ricard, because the pit where you go for your fuel is in the middle of the pit lane. Most other circuits, it's at the beginning or the end. It's not like in ELMS, where all the teams have to bring all their fuel rigs and spend a fortune on fuel rigs and refueling in the pit lane. This is actually a slightly safer way, in my opinion, but at Paul Ricard, the way to get to the fuel bowser is through the middle of pit lane, and some of the teams are after the lane. So you cannot do your driver change or your mandatory pit stop at the same time as you do your fuel refuel. So you're going to see, yeah, possibly 4 compulsory mandatory stops, and possibly 4 or 3 fuel stops through the race.
So it'll be 4 of the mandatory pit stops, but 7 or 8 trips through the pit lane.
Yes.
Now that is an additional strategy point to throw in there, because you're going to lose so much more time by doing a refuel than you normally would, where you're going to be in pit lane anyway. And it's a slow process to begin with because, like you say, it's for cost, for safety, because this is amateur racing. You know, this is a first rung on the ladder. We don't want these small and inexperienced teams potentially to suddenly be messing around with dangerous refueling equipment.
Yeah, buying 50,000 rigs, 50,000 euro rigs for refueling. Motorsport's got crazy expensive and has gone up exponentially since COVID. So yeah, to save on fuel rigs and 50,000 euro per team, yeah, you start to see these grids fall like they are now with 26 cars on the grid. It's been very successful, this Ultimate Cup, in the last 2 or 3 years because it's a little bit more cost effective.
You should see how much my day rate's gone up since COVID. Nearly 20 minutes into the race, Adam Geshev still showing some really good speed in the first sector. Purple again there in 6th position and looking to mount a challenge once again on Eric Trulé. We saw them having a good ding-dong earlier on in the race. But Geshev looking to take that place back.
The good thing with these cars is you get an amazing slipstream. So they make a nice hole in the air of the car in front and you get a good slipstream in a straight line. The downside to it is our car's on the understeery side, so when you get too close to the car inside, like you can see now at turn 6, you lose the front end. So just before the straight, you just lose a bit of efficiency on the turn and you can't get back to full power to get into the slipstream. Eric Trulé would probably be the hardest guy to overtake on the track at the moment. So I hope they play nicely.
Well, that's Louis Rossi putting a lap on the 555 car that we saw come into the pits just a moment ago to get that bodywork taped down. So Sebastian Morales, Carol Frisch has also just come into pit lane as well in another of the AM entered cars, this one from Lamo, that's been AM for the last couple of rounds ever since Enzo Richier moved to the 777. Alan Geshev with a great move there on the inside of Seeing Corner on Eric Trulé. And I've been saying all weekend, you go for a move at Seeing Corner, you've got some cojones.
You do have some cojones to overtake there. So yeah, we are obviously a little bit lower on the rear wing. We're purple in the middle sector, so we got a perfect slipstream. You must have had a very good chicane exit. Excellent move there by Aline.
So that's Geshev now up into 5th position. So anyone keeping score? Championship contenders, Kojimo Racing in 3rd, 23 events in 5th, DB Autosport in 7th.
Yeah, and with Eric being one of the most experienced, as I said earlier, he's very hard to overtake, so he would not have made that easy on Aline. So Aline is obviously up for the challenge today.
Yeah, certainly is. Potentially some more dramas for the 555 Kojimo car. They've been asked to report to race control with their team manager. And actually, Sebastian Morales is the team owner at Kojimo, so someone else is going to have to go in his stead. What have we got happening further back? Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Jacques Wolf, former champion of this series, coming up against Alexandre Leroy in another all-new lineup for the number 70 ANS Motorsports crew. Alexandre Leroy switching from off-road racing and rallying to compete in Carrera Cup France and GT2 competition with the TFT racing squad in a Maserati MC12, and then this year competing in GT World Challenge Endurance alongside Jessica Hawkins in the ComTU Aston Martin. So he's mounting a challenge on the former champion, Jacques Wolf, sharing that car with Nicolas Molini, as he always does, but with a 3rd driver in that car for this weekend, which is the Swiss racer Benjamin Monet, a historic racer.
And we have a new driver this year, first race in Hannover. Nathan Kumar come all the way from Australia for this last round of the championship, looking to possibly compete next year.
Yes, competed with in the TS Course Duquesne last year.
He did the full. He's always been in LMP3 before with TS, as you say. He did the full season. Last year. He's missed the whole of this year. Come back just for one race to check out the Nova. Loves the car and is looking to come back again next year. And he's just starting to get to grips with the car now.
Sorry, James, another fantastic move at Scene Corner, this time from Alexandre Leroy around the outside of Jacques Wolf. And I think that might have spooked Wolf a little bit there, because he's suddenly being pressured by Stefan Rupp as well in the third of the Kojimo cars, 57, the one that's slightly more easy to identify with the pink and black colour scheme for the pairing that used to race in LMP3 last year.
Yeah, that's not for the faint-hearted, is it, around the outside of Scene?
No. Oh, incredible stuff. Some fantastic racing in the early stages of this race. Some wonderful stuff. And yeah, we've seen some scary moments, but everyone seems to be getting away with it.
Yeah, knock on wood, it's been an exciting start to the race, and everybody's still running, as far as I know.
Yeah, only 2 cars coming into pit lane. The Carol Frisch one, that may even be, well, scheduled might be a lenient way of putting it at this stage in the race, but Frisch actually back out onto the racetrack now in that Lamo car. So Young closing in now. Is that, yeah, that's the 555 car. It's somewhat annoying that the 154 and the 555 look so similar out there, and actually they're quite close to each other on the track now. For a second I thought that Young had potentially dropped behind Erwin Creed there, but Creed's still soaking up pressure from Cindy Goudet and Alain Geshev now.
Yeah, close fight there for third place with Erwin Creed and Alain. It looks like Creed was quick at the beginning, and he's not putting any greens on the scoreboard anymore, as where Cindy and Alain are still going green and the occasional purple. So looks like Creed is losing some of the pace he had in the early stages of the race. So I'm sure this will continue this battle for a while.
Creed of Creed Fragrances, multiple Le Mans racer. Started off this year with the CMR team in the Ginetta GTX at the Dubai 24 Hours.
Yeah, he's been a strong bronze all season. They're obviously in contention for the championship, and been doing a good job all year. Solid. They've been solid all season.
Absolutely have. As Cindy Goudet, the driver behind him, in her first year of prototype racing, having moved over from the GT4 European Championship, having moved over from hill climb.
Lewis Rossi just doing purple from fastest lap of the race on that last lap there, and has kept that gap to Alistair Young to 6.1 seconds. So bronze driver versus a silver driver there. Lewis Rossi doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, it did dip below the 6-second mark there briefly. Young now putting the lap on Sebastian Morales' car. So that might explain a little bit of the gap increasing again, but yeah, Rossi going for the fastest lap of the race there. Raced up to the Moto 2 level in the Grand Prix motorcycle scene, did Rossi, the man from Le Mans. So it's no wonder you end up in motorsport. Oh, is that Geshev again?
The outside of Cindy, yeah, another around the outside move that's seen.
Fantastic. Well, let's see how quickly he can dispatch of Erwin Creed as well, because Geshev's really been getting his elbows out here and putting in some cracking moves at a very fast and scary part of the racetrack.
Yeah, Liam is looking very quick now, I've got to say. He's carved his way past Eric, past Cindy, who's a silver driver, now he's all over Edwin Creed. I saw them talking very friendly this morning in the hotel, so let's hope that that friendship continues in the next 20 minutes.
Erwin certainly one of the most amenable drivers in the paddock, as is Aleem, it should be said. So let's see what the gap is when they go across the timing line. It is the battle for third position as we approach the end of the first 30 minutes here. 0.3 of a second separating them as they went over the line. Cindy Goudet only a further half-second back as well. These guys now 17 seconds back from the race leader, just to give you an idea of just how well Louis Rossi's doing out there at the moment. But of course we haven't really talked about handicaps yet. They are still to play a factor in them. The 71 taking 34 seconds of handicap at each of these stops for having a bronze and 2 silvers in the form of Belen Garcia and Paul Trajani. Whereas I think your car's only taking 31, isn't it? For having 1 bronze and 1 silver.
Okay, yep. So it's interesting. You can see when the cars are very close to each other in Sector 1, they just lose that bit of front downforce. And then when they get to Sector 2 now, the slipstream pulls them along, and these three all of a sudden become very, very close together again. And Alim, if he gets a good exit off of this chicane, should be very close by the time they get to scene. You get a huge slipstream in this part of the track. It's uphill. The car in front makes a hole in the air.
Oh, Louis Rossi off the road, the race leader off the road. What has happened there to the ANS Motorsport car? That's at Le Bousset. Was he trying to get around a car? He's still only just in front of Alistair Young, but the lead gap will have come down dramatically because of that.
Yeah, an interesting twist. Was that Bousset he had spun at?
Yeah, Le Bousset turn 11.
And he's come out just in front of Alistair Young, and now it's going to be very tight for turn 1, for P1, sorry.
Well, the only car in front of him on the road is his teammate, the sister car, the Jean-Francois Yvonne car. So I don't know if it was necessarily trying to get around traffic, potentially just pushing a little too hard. But the lead gap now just 0.2 of a second. They went over the timing line. So it's game on for the lead once again. We saw something very similar, actually the inverse with Alistair Young in Magny-Cours when he was chasing down the race leader and ended up having a big moment, losing the car and having to regain that ground. As once again we see Erwin Creed, Alan Geshev separated by barely anything as they make their way through the first couple of corners. So we have battle on for the lead, battle on for third position as well between two of the three title contenders.
Car 20 has used up one of his track limit warnings.
I'm sure you're going to be all over that, aren't you?
Still with 3.5 hours to go.
So there are the leaders just making their way onto the Mistral. Louis Rossi seems to have regained some of his composure, but trying to break the toe down the Mistral. And just see in the background.
Swap positions. Alistair's actually leading over Rossi now. So yeah, Alistair is leading in first place. Rossi in the ANS red.
Oh yes, he is. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, from the back they looked a little bit similar, but yeah, so that is now Alistair Young into the lead of the race. Alistair's father Alex is here this weekend, so I'm sure he'll be very happy with that one. Here comes Alim Geshev, the battle for third position, coming up to the rear of Erwin Creed's car and Alim's favourite corner on the racetrack at the moment, but this time nothing doing in there.
And there's a lap car between them, isn't there? Between second and third positions.
Yeah,
so
the 555 car. So that could play a part as well, but it is the teammate to Erwin Creed. So
yeah, I'm sure his radio's working and he's getting the call.
I would treat the back of Morales' car like the hind legs of a donkey.
Especially with the championship battle here, because the Edwin Creed car is second in the championship, I believe, 15 points in front of Alim, who's running just behind him. So yeah, this is all championship point stuff.
Yeah, it's we'll call it 6 points because it's the 80.75 for Romain Carton because of the 1.5 times points for the 6 hour. So we'll call it 6 points, the difference between Carton and the 154 crew. First infringement for Alan Geshev now as well, so that, I'm sure maybe DB Autosport are also keeping a track on that as well.
Yeah, the problem with only having 2 drivers in the car is that you still only get your 2 warnings and then a penalty, is where if you have 3 drivers spread over the 4 hours, you get 2 per driver.
So it doesn't reset. It's
33% better for the drivers with three drivers. Yeah, so we have to be more careful on our track limit infringements.
Okay, well, we'll definitely keep an eye out on that throughout the course of the race. Of course, I have start memories of when we were here at the start of the year when your steering belt snapped and you were all over the road trying to keep it on the racetrack.
I know, 400 track limits I think I got at that moment.
No way.
In the end, I couldn't turn anywhere. I just drove around as an oval just to get to the checker flag.
No, I mean, you guys have, to still be in championship contention after the myriad of problems in the early stages of the season, I think it does speak volumes because, as you rightly said, there's been an awful lot of speed between the two of you, and I think if you were to come back next year, it would be a formidable combination.
Yeah, I think those first 3 races we led and we could have won any of the 3, but we had 2 power steering failures and our Magello, perhaps we weren't quite as quick at Magello, but the first, the Portimao with Alex Buchanstoff joined us. We were a lap and a half in front when we had our failure there. Driving with no power steering definitely meant that I didn't need to go to the gym for the next week or two.
I saw you after the Portimao one. It looked like you needed a medic. Honestly, I've never seen a more exhausted man.
The problem there was that the power steering fluid was leaking out onto our feet. So Alex had reported water or slippery fluid on the pedals. We were braking at turn 1 and slipping off the brake, and then eventually I was thinking, I'm not sure there's many motors or engines that run without oil for long.
Yeah.
So we put more oil in the power steering. By the end of the race, I was sat in a pool, an inch thick of oil, covered in oil in my mouth, oil in my eyes, and no power steering for the last 50 minutes of the race. But
who'd be a racing driver? It sounds awful.
Yeah, I was just hoping that fluid wasn't flammable, but I'm not sure hydraulic fluid is, so we're all good. All's good that ends well.
Change between the two CD Sport cars, 30 ahead of 32. That's Nick Adcock moving past Alain Boulan for 12th position. It's funny, we always talk about, the glamorous lifestyle of a racing driver, and then, well, you're either at a muddy pit at Snetterton in the freezing cold, or you're in a pool of oil.
Yeah, exactly. Or you're jet lagged. You're permanent. Like the last 20 years, you're always jet lagged. You've never caught up with the time zone. But once you're in the car, that is the special moment when you're in the car. There's only one person that can speak to you, and that's your engineer. And you're on your own, and you're in the zone, and you're loving your job really.
Now, Eric Trulé, having been quite feisty earlier on, is now falling back into the clutches of Quentin Bassora, who is bringing with him Gwen Delamere and Jimmy Cho's just run wide on the exit of Scene Corner, and it looked like a bit of the front left bodywork there was just coming loose there, potentially as a result of that trip over the curb.
Yeah, the vortex there, it looked like it popped up or off even. I don't think he hit a floppy. The problem around here is that there's floppies to stop you breaking the track limits, but in these very fragile little prototypes, it does a lot of damage. So,
they work then.
Yeah, they work, and they also generate a lot of income in spare parts for manufacturers.
To be fair, I was here for a Euroformula race earlier in the year, and one of the drivers did hit that marker, and then a couple of laps later his front wing fell off into the hotel chicane. Wow. So I'm not a massive fan of that element of it, but I am a fan of stopping track limits, and you can see, just watch it as he rejoins there, you can just see the
pickup. Maybe as he ran wide, he ran some pickup, and hopefully that's all it was.
Yeah, it does just look like where the clip is to connect the bodywork, it did just look a little bit loose. Of course, we've already seen that for Sebastian Morales having to come in and get that taped down. Hopefully, that doesn't also have to happen on the number 8 car, which, again, it seems like, one of these slightly cursed cars for this year, where it's been very rapid at certain points of the year, but they just can't seem to get a break.
I think they've led every race until now. They've led every single race this year, and they've had fuel pump, power steering, they've had all the problems we've had and more. Jimmy's been flying all season. As we said, he's a prospect of the future, but yeah, this year's not been their year.
Oh, and 5-second time penalty now coming in for track limits infringement, so that would have been his last one. That little trip at Scene Corner was his last warning. So that is 5 seconds going to be added to the number 8 car.
Possibly you're right then, he's got some front end damage and he's understeering wide off the track.
And now being asked to come to race control as well as the Graf Racing squad number 8. So maybe some stuff we didn't catch earlier on in the race that has contributed to Jimmy Cho's problems there, but still running inside the top 9 as it stands. The sister car, Jonathan Thomas, has made quite good progress while we've been watching these other battles. Made his way into the top 10 now. Jonathan Thomas started 11th, but seemed to fall back in the early stages of the race.
Yeah, Jimmy's done a good job to come up from 16th, and he's made his way up to 8th the last time I looked. 9th?
Yeah, 9th at the moment, yeah, just behind Gwen
Delamere.
Delamere.
On that pack in front. It was a 3 or 4 pack, not far off of the Trullier battle and the Alim battle, but now he has dropped away a little bit, so let's hope there's not damage on the front of that car, like you said.
It was right up until that moment at Scene. He was on the back of these two who are now squabbling for 7th position. The Sisselcom car it's amazing to think this team that didn't exist 2 years ago and didn't have this car 2 months ago is now putting pressure on the car that is leading the championship with Gwen Delamere, the Alpine test driver, winner in French GT4 this year in the CMR Ginetta.
Very true, they're doing a great job, and that's the second limit now for Edwin Creed on his driver limits. He's got Aleem putting a lot of pressure on him. Aleem will be trying to make him break them track limits. He's got one more penalty, and I think he'll have a 5-second penalty added to his race time.
Those two warnings come in quite quick succession, haven't they? Within a minute of each other.
Yeah. That's
not great news, is it? This is lap traffic here for Erwin Creed, trying to get around Jean-Francois Yvonne, 72 ANS Motorsport car. Oh, sorry, actually it was Morales first, and now Erwin Creed getting the slightly harder job trying to get around that car. It's just nervy times if you're fighting for a championship.
Yeah, you would have thought that would have given an opportunity to Aleem, but he played sensible there. Didn't let the back marker get in the way. We've got almost 3.5 hours left of this race, so we can only lose it until the final 30 minutes. So he's playing smart, which is good to see.
Well, one of the best pieces of advice I ever got for my sim racing was when you're lapping traffic, look, you can do something crazy, you can gain a second every time you do it, but you're not going to gain back the 60 seconds you're going to lose when you fling it in the wall doing something crazy.
Yeah, it's a gamble, isn't it? You just have to be smart, especially endurance racing. If it's sprint racing, a 25-minute race, if you're in F2, F3, it's a little bit different. But in endurance racing, especially when there's 2 or 3 other drivers that want to get in later with the car with all the bits on, if you break a splitter or tear off a vortex, which is possibly what's happened to Jimmy already, then yeah, your race is done basically. It's over. You need that car needs to finish the race in the way it started, with no damage and all the aero pieces doing their job as efficiently as possible.
In fact, I actually did a video with Scott Pruitt on a similar topic as well, a record holder of the Rolex 24, and he was saying, oh, all the fender banging you get these days, you need to look after your car and set your pace. No, that's good. That's Gishev going around Erwin Creed, who seemed to be very slow onto the Mistral. But that was a very easy move for Alam Gishev to get up into 3rd position, wasn't it?
That was, we missed it, but possibly got held up by his teammate, possibly in the early stages at turn 5, and then Aleem set himself up to pass before the chicane, so nice move by Aleem.
Absolutely, so 23 events now up into 3rd position. Do wonder why you didn't go for number 23. It was available, but
a lot of people have said that.
I bet they have. Eric Trulé nearly into the back of the Jean-Francois Yvonne ANS Motorsport car, trying to lap him into Le Bousset. Jean-Francois, one of the oldest drivers in the field, and so we do tend to find him towards the rear of the field, but it's a family outing there with Jean-Francois and his sons Alexandre and Adrien.
Lewis Rossi just doing fastest lap of the race in 2nd place now. Alistair Young pulled away 3 seconds, and now it looks like Rossi's got his head down and he's reeled him in by 4/10 on that lap, but still with a 3-second gap to the lead.
Yeah, Rossi regaining his composure a little bit after that moment at Le Bousset, which cost him the gap and then eventually the lead to Alistair Young. And Switch Racing for the 2nd time now leads in a European Endurance Prototype Cup race, and not bad going for the team in its 1st year of circuit racing.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, and with a new driver as well. Alistair Young's new to this series, and he's a young lad.
Yep.
Obviously, his dad's got a lot of experience from his Formula 1 days. I remember them well. So he's got a good coach there in the background. And yeah, he's making a name for himself also.
So first pit stop for Nick Adcock, 42 or so minutes into the race, and it's a change of the left rear Goodyear. At the very least, are they going to change the other side of it? They're changing both the rears by the looks of it. So sharing that car with Michael Stephen. So that is a bronze-silver combination like yourself, James, and so that means it is 31 seconds of additional stationary time, so they have got time to leisurely change the rear tyres.
Yeah, the mandatory stop. Interesting, they're only changing the rears, not the fronts. Perhaps Nick's struggling with oversteer obviously we're only allowed 2 sets of tyres for the full race, so I think you can choose what combination you get those 8 pieces in. So they've obviously opted for different rears. Maybe he's got pickup, maybe a flat spot, maybe an incident we didn't see. So that's an early stop.
Yeah, it is relatively early to come in, bearing in mind that you can do an hour on the fuel, can't you? Even slightly over an hour.
Yeah, especially at the beginning of the race, you can just get a little bit more fuel in.
So, bear in mind, we were talking about you only need 3 fuel stops in these races, but we have to do 4 mandatory. So, bearing in mind that for this one, they probably aren't going to swing right and top it up with fuel, but it means that they have to do that with every other stop for the rest of the race.
We worked it out last night. I think you can actually do the whole race on 2.5 tanks of fuel. So you could start with half a tank and be very quick at the beginning of the race and make ground, especially if you started and had a bad qualifying and needed to make ground early. Or you could start full and try and beat a full course yellow and try and jump in the pits if you see an incident in the last sector and try and beat the full course yellow, and then get a mandatory done when the full course yellow comes out. Almost guaranteed to win the race if that happens.
So Pidier de Catin and Frederic Croulet. Oh, it looked like Frederic Croulet was following the T2 car into pit lane, didn't it? And then changed its mind.
It did. I think he had his eyes focused on the car in front on the line. And
quite possibly, yes. It is a funny pit entry here, isn't it? Where you have to basically overshoot the penultimate corner.
Yeah, and shoot straight in. They obviously changed that, 5 years ago now. It used to be in a totally different position.
It used to just
of the last corner, didn't it?
Yeah, you would come out the last corner and then just swing right immediately, which was horrible. I hated that one. That always made me nervous watching cars come in.
And now it's on the exit of a full send corner.
Yeah,
200 km/h down to 60 speed limit, but no, it works. It works well.
It's so funny. I remember they put it in the F1 game before Formula 1 actually came back to Le Castellet for the 2nd year. And so I remember, there was an update to the F1 game, picking up I'll do some laps with Le Castellet, and then going into pit lane, thinking, wait, what on earth is this? It absolutely caught me by surprise, so I'm glad.
Completely different. Because of the tunnle there, I guess there's only a few options they have.
Yes, and I suppose, based on the nature of the layout as well, it's a little bit difficult to... Pit exit and pit entry is always so difficult to do right, aren't they? Yeah. You think about Bahrain, for example, where you come out the last corner, swing it right. I mean, I remember Fernando Alonso following someone right up to the line for a slipstream and then ducking back out again.
It's always tricky, especially here, is where the pit exit, you can come straight out onto the racing line. When we come over the start-finish line, we get a flashing light and an arrow to tell you that somebody's just about to leave the pit lane.
And do drivers then leave you space?
Yeah, I mean, some do, some don't. The smart ones do. Sometimes, you beat the guy to the braking point, but it can cost you 2 tenths into turn 1 just when you think you're about to get a clear lap.
Well, Cindy Goudet trying to get around the Sebastian Morales car. That's the one that's a lap down. I think Morales is helping his teammate out a little bit here, actually, because Erwin Creed is now nearly 3 seconds ahead of the Nagути competition car, the green and black machine that's about to finally put that lap on Morales. You can see the 20 DB Autosport car, Quentin Bassora, started on pole position, remember, still being hounded by Gwen Delamere. Let's give you an update on the AM category. It's your teammates, James, 23 events. Christoph Cresp, the team owner, who is leading that category at the moment in 12th position, following on from their remarkable and historic overall win at Magny-Cours last time out. Second is Stefan Rupp in the 57 Kojimo car, and then third is Nathan Kumar in the CD Sport car.
Yeah, Christopher Crisp doing a fantastic job. He's got a very quick teammate as well, Maxime, who will be jumping in about 15 minutes time, who's extremely quick, and they're obviously leading the Pro-Am class. Nathan Kumar now is in 3rd place in class, which is a great start to his debut in these cars, getting quicker and quicker every time he drives. First time he sat in the car ever was on the Friday, and
oh, that's tyres screeching. I can assume that's at the last corner.
We can hear it, but we can't see it.
Yeah, just having a look around, see if there's anything on the track map or anything out the first corner. Shouldn't have been anything that was too terribly concerning for the
maybe just
leaders.
A flat spot for someone.
Yeah, maybe a lock-up going into the first corner. Hopefully, no major dramas. As look at this with Nick Adcock and Jean-Francois Yvon. That is for position, as it's Alexandre Lafourcade trying to put a lap on those two cars. Remember, Nick Adcock's already been into pit lane as Racing Spirit of Le Mans into pit lane. Actually, I was just about to bring up that number 25 car because Christophe's teammate, Maxence Maurice, reunited with his son this weekend. Louis Maurice racing in the number 25 car. They were victorious together at Magny-Cours last year alongside Christophe Carrière in the CD Sports car. That was quite an interesting one. It was the sister car that was leading, ran out of fuel on the penultimate lap, that then gave the win to Louis and Maxence.
Oh, fantastic. How nice to win a race with your son.
Yeah.
The son team.
Brilliant stuff. Former Alpine Elf Cup racer is Louis. And moving higher up the endurance racing ladder, hopefully. Incident at turn 2 has been noted, so I think that's the one we heard but couldn't see. So there may well have been some dramas there.
So I see the number 8 Graf car is pitted. Jimmy has jumped out the car early, it seems, so possibly there was some problem there that you spotted. And now Alex Cornier is in the car.
Yeah, so that is one of 2 all-silver lineups in this
Their pace seems
race.
quite good though, so hopefully whatever was wrong with the front of that car is now fixed and they're back in the game.
Quite so. It's actually Louis Maurice who's just got aboard the number 25 car as he heads back out onto pit lane, young silver class driver. I'm just looking, might be a while until the timing screen updates for any particularly slow laps to give us an indication of who might have been involved in that incident. Pidier de Cotin, he's just come out of pit lane, so that's why that would have been a slow lap, unless he was coming out. So up at the front, as we're very nearly at the end of the first hour already. That's flown by. 3.4 seconds the advantage for Switch Racing's Alistair Young over Louis Rossi. Alan Gishev in third. And matching the pace of Louis Rossi as well, which is great to see. And we've got more dramas up at Scene Corner. And is this going to be for the third?
Kumar.
It is, and he's hit one of those floppy markers.
He looks like he's got away with it. Hopefully, maybe he's ripped half the vortex off, but that could have been worse.
Yeah, some minor damage. Oh, this is what happened down at turn 1. So the 73 of Frederic Croulet having a big lock-up down into the first corner. So I think that's what we heard, but didn't necessarily see. Oh no, that was that live?
No, I think, I'm not sure. Maybe he did it twice.
Yeah. Okay, I thought it was a replay for a second there as Alistair Young bangs in the fastest lap of the race at 59.440. I had Alistair Young asking me, as we see the lock-up again for Frederic Croulet, I had Alistair Young asking me, what's the lap record around here? And I really want to go after it. And, well, he's currently 2 seconds away from it. So it was actually set by David Drew. I thought Matthias Besch had it, actually, just based off memory. It was actually David Drew, 57.408. So,
and that was on the Michelin tyre. Obviously, now we've moved on to the Goodyear in the last 2 years. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see towards the end of this race if we get near those sort of times. I think we probably will.
Yeah, first year of Goodyear's expanded relationship with the Ultimate Cup Series. Car 8 under investigation, overtaking out of track limits. So that's Alexandre Cunor, who, taken over the car, started by Jimmy Cho. Interesting one. So we didn't see that one, but we'll keep an eye on any results of that investigation.
And as the fuel burns now, you can see the top 3 setting purple fastest laps of the race, the fuel burn, so they'll all be coming in for a pit stop probably within the next 10 minutes now, so it will be interesting to see who's fuel saved and can last a couple of laps longer than the others.
So into pit lane here is Nathan Kumar, the 33 machine, and vacating the CD Sport car by the looks of it. I wouldn't have thought that that was the full drive time yet. Let me have a look and see. There's 33 is all bronze.
Yeah, 3 bronze.
So
50 minutes is the minimum, is it?
Yes, it is. It's minimum 50 minutes per driver. So they can get that driver change done. Nathan doesn't have to get back into the car for the remainder of the race.
Nathan did a good job there, got the car up into 3rd spot, up into 16th overall, and was getting quicker and quicker each lap. We probably saw him run wide at scene and thought, our new driver's getting tired, let's get a fresh head in. Oh, and then changing the front clip.
Yeah, so fresh bodywork on the front. You can see there is that little bit of damage. They've taped that up from where he hit the floppy marker just on the far front left of the car. Did they change that, or did they just secure it back in place?
Not 100% sure, but yeah, it looks more.
I'm sure Claire Cottingham's got eyes on that stop. I think she might be able to let us know, because the sister car also came in 31, which was Rob Greenwood, and that might have been a driver change there. I'm afraid it's the second 5-second time penalty for the number 8 Graf car for overtaking, for track limits and gaining a lasting advantage, is the official declaration.
Yeah, they've been struggling a bit this weekend. They're obviously 3 fast drivers, 3 silver drivers, so they have the longest pit stop time. So really, they need to be out front, pulling a gap on bronze driver lineups. And this weekend's been a tough weekend for them, considering they've led every race this season and been very strong.
And even though in Magny-Cours we took 5 seconds off of the amount of handicap that all silver lineups have to take, 59 seconds, still an incredible long time. Right. First track limits penalty coming in for one of our championship contenders, Erwin Creed, the 154 car, 5-second time penalty for track limits. We are definitely going to have to keep an eye on these, because it could play a big part in determining the championship. So far, Alim Geshev and Quentin Bassora, no penalties as yet. Erwin Creed is the first one to pick up a time penalty in that car that is second in the championship. So Eric Truley just coming into pit lane now as well in the number 9 Graf car, as is Gwen Delamere in the Sisselcom car. So this is where things are going to start to get a little bit complicated, quite difficult to follow, because we've got the mandatory stops, as I say, but also the additional refueling stops as well. So the order is going to appear to be quite jumbled for a while, and then hopefully by the time we get to before the last 15 minutes, before the pit lane closes, we'll have something of an idea of what's going on.
Yeah, I think the fuel, you can keep a rough idea on where they are. First car stopped with 45 minutes into the race, and they can do maximum 1 hour, 1 hour, 2 minutes. So you can keep a rough idea where everyone is on fuel, but on compulsory pit stops, combined is going to get complicated. So just as I leave the box to go and get my suit on, your job just starts.
Yeah, it's exactly. I'm going to lose the experts, but it's been fantastic having you in here. If we're able to keep you up until the end of the first hour, that would be very much appreciated, James. Your company is always welcome here.
I just text my team just to make sure Alim can do the full 2-hour stint. So he seems like he's okay at the moment, so I should be good for a few minutes.
Well, he's just done a personal best and fastest in the middle sector. I think he's good.
Commentator's curse, so that's not true. No, he's going well.
Change of driver over at CD Sport, which is Rob Greenwood changing for Chris Short. So the 2 bronze drivers in that car, the 2 best friends that anyone could have, went to school together, met on their first day of school 45 years ago, and now racing together, and it's the end of their first year racing. Rob racing in Radical Cup UK, but now completing his first year of endurance racing, and we can see Chris Short now getting aboard, number 31. Chris Short, a far more familiar name in the world of ACO racing, having competed in Asian Le Mans Series for a couple of years, and also in Le Mans Cup.
Nick Adcock there, just receiving his 5-second penalty for track infringements.
Oh, yep, that's another one coming in. See, this is why it's also good to have 2 people in the box, because I'd have missed that, I think, otherwise. So that is the 5th penalty we've seen come in so far.
In our team, we have a big whiteboard with a tally chart of track limits. It's
Really?
amazing to see how many limits there are by the end of these races.
What's gone on down at turn 1 for the number 8 graph car? Oh, big puff of smoke from presumably the front left tyre.
Yeah, I think there's been something's not quite right with that number 8 car. When Jimmy went wide and his track limits, we're seeing a few. It's not in the position it should be. The pace is not quite where it should be either. Alex Cornier is a very experienced and quick driver.
I think it has had both engine and clutch change this weekend. So yeah, again, problems persist for the number 8 crew, I'm afraid. As into the pit lane has come the race leader, Alistair Young, and the second place car, Louis Rossi, 6.1 seconds apart. But this is going to be the first pit lane action for Switch Racing and the 71 ANS Motorsports crew. And I must say, both of them have done a cracking job in this first hour.
Absolutely, yeah, impressive.
Oh, fantastic stuff. Right, we approach the end of the first hour then. Alistair Young is in pit lane along with Louis Rossi, so Alan Gishev will inherit the lead. But Claire Cossingham has found Rob Greenwood over at CD Sport, who's just got out of the car. Let's catch his thoughts.
Very quickly, you haven't even taken a sip of water yet. You feel a little bit more hot than you're usually at this point. What's going on? Was it quite tricky out there? Were you battling quite hard?
No, I'm just out of shape.
No, stop saying that.
Yeah, it was good. The start was pretty chaotic. Had cars bouncing off the left of me, the right of me. There was like bumper cars going through the first 6 corners. But yeah, after that we just settled into a rhythm. There's some quicker drivers around me, so you don't pick those battles. You kind of keep to your own pace and then allow them to come through without compromising your own race. But it was good. Yeah, the car felt good. Tyres felt good. Yeah, it's a nice morning to go racing.
Yeah, it's lovely out there. In terms of the driver change there felt like there was a couple of seconds a little bit too long on the pit stop. Can you just talk me through what happened?
Well, we've been working hard to maximise coming in and out of the pits, in and out of the fuel. I think there's a lot of time to be lost if you don't really focus on that. And it looks like all that good work, we might have just lost a couple of seconds. One of the belts seemed to get twisted on Chris as he was jumping in. I mean, it's probably about 1.5, 2 seconds. But I mean, you know what it's like. It's everything you're trying to. He should have had about a 10-second margin to get set in the car, get comfortable. But he's obviously just had to push start and go as quickly as he can, so I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yeah, he had a good start, to be fair, like actually leaving the pit stop. He had a bit of wheel spin, but he was quite quick out there.
Yeah, he was on it straight away.
Yeah, straight away. That's Chris classic, isn't it? So how are we looking for the rest of the race then? We've got 3 hours to go.
Yeah, I mean, we're in it, which is
in it.
nice.
Well, I'm glad to see.
Chris will have his stint now. He may do a double stint, we're not sure. We'll see how his lap times look, how he feels in the car. Our goal is try and stay as far up as we can and then get the car to Artur. You know, Artur is an incredible talent. You know, he's one of the youngest guys here. He was second fastest yesterday behind a, Works P2 driver, and he was 2/10 off him.
Well, not just that, someone that's raced in Le Mans 7 times as the Dutch driver.
Are we blessed with a really good silver or what? So we want to get in the car and give him a chance to get as far up that order. And it's a long race, you don't know. Safety cars, who knows what. There's 3 hours worth of drama yet to unfold, so.
Just talk to me a little bit about Chris's confidence, though. He's still mentioning, obviously, that issue that he had a couple of races ago with Jonathan Thomas. Is he feeling like that's gone now, or is he kind of shaking it off?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he you never like to have an incident, but when you have an incident on a first lap of an endurance race and your two other drivers don't get to go out, you carry the burden of that. That's a weight you take. But Chris has been doing this a long time. And, you know, Artur and I were like, look, it's the way it goes. I mean, Jonathan Thomas was unbelievably good about it. It was no one's fault. At the end of the day, it was an accident. There was an issue with the pedals which caused the incident. And he'll move on. He's put it behind him. We go. It's just a shame. We were really quick in Motorland, you know, and you know, we were already up to 7th or 8th when the incident happened. So it's a shame. We had really good pace that weekend. So I think that's probably the disappointment of not being able to convert that, maybe.
Well, we got a good one this weekend, though, and we're going to see Artur out there and you guys ending on a high.
Yeah, let's do that. End of season. I mean, it's a beautiful day. I mean, we landed in torrential rain, and I was like, oh my God, what is this weekend going to deliver? Well, it's a perfect morning to go racing, so.
I'm going to let you go sit down now and relax.
Thanks for all your hard work this season as well.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Head that there. Thank you, Rob. See you later.
Thank you.
Oh, great to hear from Rob Greenwood as he ends his first season in endurance racing. So, end of the first hour, and we have yellows out at turn 11, actually. I wonder what that is about, because that would be at Le Bousset. They have been rescinded, so hopefully no major dramas for anyone out there, as a Graf Racing car of Quentin Joseph it is now, having taken over from Eric Trule's back out onto the racetrack. Right, let's see what's happened. Oh dear, we're going to have contact between the CD Sport car and the T2 by Hallyday car. So that is Jean-Ludovic Foubert, who's just got aboard the number 33 CD Autosport car, coming up against the 66 of Pierre de Cotin. Into Le Bousset, and the CD Sport car going for a spin. Not ideal for them in the car that was started by Nathan Kumar. But we are now into the second hour of the race. Alam Geshev currently leading the way for 23 events racing. As it stands, we are in the middle of a pit stop cycle. It's Erwin Creed still in second position. Okay, well, before we go to the highlights, let's hear from Claire Cottingham once again, who's with Nathan Kumar.
To come and speak to you, Nathan. You didn't just see, but unfortunately your teammate just had a spin. Back on the track, though, and going again. But let's concentrate a little bit on your stint. It was a very impressive stint, 3rd overall in class, and I think it was 16th overall in the whole class.
Yeah, I mean, the start was a bit crazy. Just trying to keep it out of trouble, just keep the car circulating and see, because together, I think our overall pace as a team is pretty good. So if we can just keep our nose clean, we should end up with a result somehow.
Yeah, it's looking strong. CD Sport has always been there or thereabouts, but with a bit of bad luck along the way. But for you, it's great to see you, really flourishing out there, especially when you have to start.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been fond of starts, but you just got to do it sometimes,
Why did you do it then? Did they tell you?
Team orders. Yeah, it was team orders, I got told.
But you did a really impressive start. It's good weather out there, and you got a lot of heat in the tyres as well, and handed it over. Though there was one slight issue. I think you went over one of the boarding. There was a bit of damage on the front.
No, I don't think there was too much damage, but I hit a floppy on the exit senior, so I had a little bit of understeer, so I just ran wide. But I continued on, and I actually set faster laps after that, so the car felt fine. So I don't think it's hurt.
Feeling confident?
Yeah, it's good.
You're very relaxed. I like this. You're a very chilled out driver.
Yeah, I mean, what's there to be wound up about?
4 hours of racing around Paul Ricard, that's where the energy comes from.
It's fun. I love it.
All right, Nathan, thank you so much for chatting to us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Nathan Kumar, to the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Still got his TS course overalls from last season. But now as we are into the second hour of the race, let's look back on what's happened so far.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Welcome back to the finale of the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Alim Geshev still leading the way for 23 events, but still to do his refuel. We have had a number of the drivers into the pit lane already, but while we were on the ad break, dramas for the car that has led the race since the off. Louis Rossi with a big moment going into the hotel chicane, very nearly falling afoul of his teammate and going for a spin. Now that is the car that has already been off the road once so far in this race at Le Bousset. It cost him the lead to Alistair Young and now has cost him even more. He is still ahead of most of the other cars, running in second at the moment with Geshev still to do his first stop. But 17 seconds the gap at the moment. It's actually showing none of them have done the mandatory stop yet, so I think they've maybe done the refueling element, so that could well be a swap. We'll find out in a few minutes time, hopefully, when it all peters out, but it is Geshev leading the way at the moment. I'm delighted to say that while James Winslow has had to vacate the commentary box and get ready for his stint to take over from Alim, I've got another guest from Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Sasha Klaver-Detscher. How are you doing, sir?
Very well, thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure. Last time I think was in Portimao, so
yeah, it's been a while since we've caught up.
Exactly, so pleasure to be back.
Yeah, how has the season been for you guys?
Oh, it's been quite difficult, I must say, but we've definitely improved quite a bit over the season, and honestly, it's been a great experience. We've learned quite a lot. Fred too, my teammate, he's been doing better and better each race, so that's quite nice to see. So I've just had a message from Claire Cottingham saying she was looking for you in the commentary box.
in the pit lane, sorry, and that's why she can't find you right now. So this is great. I've been able to win one over Claire Cottingham for the first time this season. Yeah, you were saying just during the ad break, actually, it's a nice luxury for you to have a third driver this weekend. Louis Maurice back in the championship after racing with CD Sport last year.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, no, he's been doing great. Honestly, he's a good guy. So it's been great to have a third driver, obviously, and he already knows the car. He hasn't raced a lot, so he still had to kind of get used to the car a bit. But no, he's been doing great, and right now he's in 18th, and he's doing quite well. So hopefully we can go up some places and yeah, have a good result.
Nice for him to be back on the grid with his father as well. Max Olsen, the number 27 car, winners together last year at CD Sport in Magny Cours. So tell us, what's been the big dramas or the big talking points of the weekend? We've seen an awful lot of track limits that seems easy to do here.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. Yeah, it's something we have to be careful with, especially with the little floppies at next to the track, which can be quite damaging to the car.
Yeah,
so
we've seen 2 cars already take damage from those floppy markers at Scene Corner.
Yeah, exactly. That's probably the most dangerous part of going off track. And then there's obviously the penalties. If you have more than 3, you get a 5-second penalty. So that's something we have to try and avoid, because that's 5 seconds is a lot, especially in this kind of race, where everyone's pretty close together in terms of lap times. So yeah, we have to try and stay on the track.
Yeah, I can imagine it's quite a difficult challenge, especially if you've been used up until this season, up until this race, sorry, for having 2 drivers in the car, which puts even more pressure on you to not abuse the track limits.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, with 3 drivers at least, you know, each driver has at least 2 track limits they can do before a penalty. So that obviously makes it easier. But still, you know, we have to be careful, especially in Paul Ricard. It's easier to do track limits than in other tracks, because you obviously don't have gravel next to you. So yeah, just have to be careful.
Yeah, all those blue painted runoff areas must be so inviting to, especially because the curbs, some of the curbs are quite low here as well.
Yeah,
you probably can monster them quite a bit. Oh, big lockup for your car there, actually. That was Louis Maurice with a big front lockup going into the hotel chicane.
Yeah, that's a difficult corner, especially when your tires start to wear off. That's kind of where you have to be careful with the brakes. And yeah, right now we just saw that it's easy to lock up.
How has the deg been? Because you only get 8 tyres for the whole race, so there's got to be so much pressure on you to look after those Goodyear tyres.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, we have to be careful now to drive pretty safely, not to put too much strain on the back tires, for example, which is easy to do when your tires don't have as much grip anymore. And also, obviously, the lockups, you can get flat spots. So yeah, you really have to be careful with that. Tire management has been kind of a difficult subject for us this season. We've suffered quite a bit at the end of the race from it, but it's definitely gotten better as we learned how the tires work. But yeah, it's still not finished, so we have to try to keep the tires drivable.
Well, in good form at the moment is Gao Julian in the number 7 Graf car, who's just got aboard that car that was started by Jonathan Thomas. They are a driver down without their bronze driver Frank Desertou. His sons Simon and Henri have been racing in GT Sprint Cup. Big penalty that's just come in for the 33 CD Sport car for speeding in the pit lane. 80 seconds stop and go. That is, I don't think I've ever seen a harsh black flag him at this point.
I don't know what he's done in the pit lanes. That's
well, yeah,
a big penalty.
Must have come in at 200 kilometres an hour. Extraordinary speed there. Let's head back down to Claire Cottingham as Alistair Young has vacated the Switch Racing car. Let's catch up with him.
Yeah, car number 4 come down to Switch Racing. Alistair, welcome back. It's lovely to see you. I'm happy to see you back. I know you were excited to be back. You've just done the stint. You started the race. Lots of talk about tyres out there and whether the tyres are staying in the right temperature to stay on track, basically. Can you just talk me through what you felt out there?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, good job by the team. Managed to get another good qualifying, best of the season. And yeah, it's nice that we're kind of in the front in the beginning of the races. But yeah, the time management has been a bit tricky this weekend. Obviously, it's a bit cooler in these mornings, so getting the fronts to switch on in the first half of that stint was pretty tricky. But yeah, the degradation as well is a bit more interesting because Paul Ricard seems to be...
So I'm just trying to move my camera a little bit because I feel like something's about to happen. There we go. I'm never quite sure whether there's a car about to come in, so sorry, please continue.
No, I was just saying that the degradation was actually a bit higher than Magny-Cours and Aragon, so it's a lot of time management at the moment, a lot of fuel management, but I'm happy to bring the car in P1.
It's good to see you back. We weren't sure. I mean, there was a question mark just because drivers obviously change here, there, and everywhere. I'm very conscious I'm on the way of your team. They're okay at the moment. They'll shout if I'm in the way. They always do. They're like, get out the way, get out the way. So we're okay at the moment. What does it mean for you to be racing at this time in the season as well? Because we're coming to the end, and this is the point where you want to kind of show other people what you can do as well.
Yeah, sure, we can do. I mean, I might have been a bit aggressive in the beginning with the overtake on car 20. I thought I was on track, so maybe I need to take a look at the onboard after the race, but I knew that the front two were fighting for the championship, so I could maybe take a bit more risk with the overtakes. Didn't quite pay off, but 5 seconds isn't too bad.
Well, that's where you can take the risks, isn't it? You're not fighting for a championship, but you don't want to ruin anyone else's championship, but you, again, don't have the sort of concerns at this time.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I didn't want to have contact, obviously, but yeah.
No one wants the contact.
That way. So yeah, sorry to the team for this tiny bit of damage, but it's okay. The car was still pretty quick that second half of the stint, even with the fuel saving. But yeah, it means a lot to be here. It really does. I think any day at the racetrack is a gift. I think it's an even bigger gift if you're driving. So yeah, just thankful for the team, and I hope I delivered enough for them. Maybe we'd hop back in later, but we'll see.
Strategy still a bit open on whether you will jump back in then?
Definitely a lot more open because we have to scatter laps with the fuel and the driver change. So I think most teams will be doing 7, 8, maybe 6 stops, depending on how they manage fuel and driver changes. So yeah, that's an interesting thing about this weekend. Not to mention we also have a bronze this weekend, which is mega. You know, Fabian's been quick, and it's nice not to have a 24-second penalty, you know, right here.
That's always the thing, isn't it? It's great to have like fast drivers out there, or maybe, you know, higher category drivers, but you have to take a bit of a hit for it. How confident are you feeling for this race weekend to come away with something that you can be positive with?
I've no doubt we'll come away with something positive because, you know, we learn something new every day. We learn a lot, actually, every weekend. But in terms of results, I'm not even thinking about that. We just got to run lap by lap, hour by hour, and then wherever we finish is where we finish.
Such a racing driver through and through. It's just, I just want to race and that's it.
Exactly, you know, that's what we're here for. Results are great, but I think the first thing is to focus on yourself and make sure you're performing correctly.
And just finally, have you had a look at next year yet? Have you got anything signed, sealed, delivered? Are we going to see you?
I really hope so, but...
I hope so too. It's been nice to have you here.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been a pleasure to be here, but got to worry about today first.
Okay. He's a free agent, my friends. Bring him in. Nice to see you. Good luck for the race.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Claire Cottingham, for that report from the Switch Racing camp. Alistair Young with a great start to this race, leading before coming into the pits. It's now Fabien Michal driving the number 4 car, the multiple French GT4 and European GT4 champion as the bronze driver for this weekend. While we were looking at that interview, we've had one of the cars expire down at turn 7, leading on to the Mistral, and looking at it, I think it may well have been Carol Fritz's number 17 Lamo car, which had just come out the pit lane and has not been through the second timing split in quite some time. I will keep an eye on that, but it does seem like we may have had our first retirement of the race, which, yeah, for about an hour and a half into the running is not bad at all, Sasha.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's been worse. Yeah, it's a shame we didn't see what exactly happened, but it seems to be an engine failure. So.
Yeah, there was quite a bit of smoke coming up. First of all, at turn 4, and then parked up at turn 7. So, yeah, something happening there. I do think it is the number 17, which still hasn't come through the second timing split. Currently in last position. So, with my Sherlock Holmes deer hat on, I think we can determine that one. Right, so something interesting to note here, which is that the top 5 cars that have been in for a refuel but not done the mandatory stop yet. So, Sasha, we've been talking about, because the pit lane is so funky here, because the way to get to the refueling area is in the middle of the pit lane. So you have to come in, do your mandatory stop, go back out, come back in again, then do your refuel. But obviously some teams are deciding just to do a refuel and to do the mandatory stop separately. So what we've got here is a mix of 5 cars that have obviously refueled at this point, but not served off one of the mandatory stops. Whereas Alain Guichet, Fabien Michel, Louis Rossi, Valentin Simonet all have.
Yeah, exactly.
How much time have you spent in the debriefing room talking about all these different strategy options?
Yeah, we've thought about it quite a bit. We decided on you know, on the mandatory pit stops. We can always put them somewhere in case of a full course yellow, so we can take advantage of it. But yeah, the refuels, you kind of have less flexibility with where you put them, because obviously if you don't refuel the car, well, you stop. So yeah, we're kind of constrained, and something we have to consider is not to come into the refueling area while everyone else is there, because there's a limited number of places there.
Oh, now this might be the earlier moment that had that led to the retirement, and unfortunately your car was involved there. But actually, it looks like it might have been the 66, the Hallyday car. So maybe that is 2 separate incidents then, because Philipp Schlegel is still circulating out there. So although I saw smoke at turn 4 and then subsequently at turn 7, I assumed they were the same car, but the Hallyday car is still circulating out there, whereas Carol Frisch is not. So there was, yeah, the Hallyday car going off, but I think the one parked is the 17 Lamo car. Meanwhile, a 4th track limits infringement for Chris Short means he's got a second 5-second time penalty now. So that car's already racked up 10 seconds of penalties. Do you guys in the garage, are you keeping on top of the track limits as much as we are?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we have a nice little piece of paper where we put all the track limits, just in case they forget to put the penalties at the end of the race. So yeah, we do keep track.
Yeah, no, it's an awful lot to try and keep on top of, especially when we've got a championship on the line here as well. So, and different approaches being taken here. This is the top 2 in the championship. Erwin Creed and Quentin Bassora still aboard those cars, but much closer together on the racetrack now, fighting for second position. Only 1.2 seconds between them. These are the top 2 in the championship. So heading down the Mistral. Sasha, where are the best overtaking opportunities on this track? I mean, a lot of people would assume the chicane, but we've actually seen more moves into Scene Corner, I think.
Really?
Wow. Yeah.
That's you do have to have quite the bravery to try and overtake there, I must say. But I think the best, would be after the long straights. If you can get the slipstream behind, you can put yourself on the interior. Otherwise, you know, there's some corners where you can surprise people, like in the last corner. People don't expect you to overtake there. If you come much faster into the corner, you can put yourself between the other car in the corner, and they're pretty much blocked. So you can pass there, or otherwise into T3 if you get a good exit out of T2. It's also possible. There again, you have to be careful with the braking. It's easy to lock up there. So yeah, there's quite a few overtaking opportunities here, more than in Magny-Cours. So we'll probably see a lot more this race.
Well, what's interesting here as well is that Creed and Basora, they have not done a mandatory stop, whereas the Eric Trulé car in front of them has. That's why it's a lap down, and this is going to be so tight. I mean, Sasha, you're trying to lap a car that's maybe of a similar speed to you. You've got your title rival bearing down on you as well. What's that kind of pressure like?
Yeah, for sure. It's a lot of pressure. And here you can see it was pretty close here. Yeah, you just have to try and overtake as fast as you can, not lose your cool, and yeah, not let your rival catch up to you.
It's the Quentin Joseph car, excuse me, not Eric Trulé, who started the number 9 at Graf car. It's now the Belgian bronze driver, as looks like finally Erwin Creed is going to be able to round up that car down the Mistral. Dramas for the 4th place car of Alexandre Lafourcade, which is going to take a drive-through for a refueling infringement. So that would have been in the first refuel, and we've only done one so far. And a drive-through penalty straight away. Now, how quickly can Quentin Basora get through on Quentin Joseph? He gets through with relative ease, so that helps him bridge the gap to his title rival even more. There's very little point doing permutations as such just yet, because we've still got 2.5 hours left to go, plenty of handicaps to serve. The Erwin Creed car is also carrying a 5-second time penalty, let's not forget, as well, for those track limits infringements. And it looks like that Erwin Creed is going to be vacating that car soon. Claire Cottingham telling me from the pit lane that Nico Prost is getting ready to take over that car and saving Marlon Hernandez for the end of the race. So 24 seconds behind the race leader, Gwen Delamere. Now, the Sisselcom car, who in only their 2nd race in this championship, are now leading the way with the former CMR Ginetta racer, and ahead of the 2 cars fighting for the championship. Oh, and a lock up there for Erwin Creed going into turn 5. Sasha, it seems like turn 5 is just one of those really clumsy corners where it's just very easy to look a bit amateur.
Yeah, for sure. There's kind of a hole in the corner, so when you go in, it's easy to lose the rear or obviously lock up because there's so little space to brake. And it's probably one of the more difficult corners.
Oh, this is a big dive on the inside here from Quentin Basora, trying to get around the title rival, as I think Erwin Creed was just able to hang on to the place. But this is big pressure from the DB Autosport car. Remember, Quentin Basora himself is not in the championship fight because he's been primarily racing in the sister car, but they're now side by side going up towards Scene Corner. This is the top 2 in the championship battling for 2nd position here in the final race of the season. Extraordinary stuff. So for now, it is still Creed just hanging on to the advantage. And we know that Nico Prost is getting ready to take over that car, so we'll see if Erwin Creed peels off to driver's right as they get into the Virage de Lac. Yes, he does. So just as Quentin Basora was really starting to put the pressure on Erwin Creed, he bails for pit lane. Kojimo looks like they're going to do their first driver swap of the race. Sasha, tell us about this process here, because you've got quite a bit of time to do it in, but what happens during these driver changes?
Yeah, well, obviously, you know, you've trained these driver changes before, and you try to do everything as smoothly as possible. but obviously there's always the chance like a seatbelt gets stuck or something. So that kind of starts to stress you out, you know, because you know there's a timer. You have to go at the 0. So it is quite stressful also for the mechanics. But usually it goes well if you trained it enough. And yeah, it is still one of the more stressful parts of the race for sure.
Oh, I can imagine, because you can be doing everything right on the track, but a seatbelt getting stuck or the seat insert not quite being in the right place, something like that, or I guess you've got to be careful of like stepping over the line as well, because you've got to do it within a confined window. But that is a smooth stop there for the Kojimo crew. I can see Erwin Creed just conversing with Marlon Hernandez on the right-hand side of the screen there, actually. A little debrief after Erwin's stint. An hour and 35 minutes or so in the car. Just double check, actually, if it's bronze, silver and gold, it's minimum 90 minutes for Creed to do. And then it will be a minimum of 50 for Marlon Hernandez as well, but a maximum of an hour and 5 for Nico Prost, who has just climbed aboard the car. So he'll be able to go until an hour and, let's say, 17 minutes, because that time actually that time starts when you leave the pit lane, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Also, there's a big table in front of me of all the different minimum and maximum drive times, depending on what combination of, you know, bronze, silver, or gold, platinum drivers that you have. So after the stop for Kojimo, their title rivals, DB Autosports, coming in as well. Quentin Bassora looks like he's getting ready to leave the car. Oh, and Louis Rossi also out of the car that was leading in the early stages of the race, the ANS Motorsport machine. And I'm not sure whose helmet that was. Usually Belen Garcia does the middle stint, so handing over to the Spaniard. And yes, confirmation from Claire Cottingham pit lane. It is Belen at the wheel. Thank you very much. I always get confused here, Sasha, with the signal, because, you know, the lollipop man has got it up. I guess they're just telling you that you're clear to go, but it always confuses me. They don't go straight away, but I guess they're looking at a timer in the car, right?
Exactly. Yeah, we have a small timer in the car which tells us how much time we have left, and usually the mechanic puts up the lollipop. We call it. He puts it up like 10 seconds before we have to go, and then it's up to the driver to go when the timer hits 0. So yeah, it can bring a bit of confusion if you don't know like the process, for sure.
If you haven't done a live pit stop yourself before,
exactly,
for example.
Yeah, but I know sometimes new drivers they get kind of confused. You know, the person puts up the lollipop and they go straight away.
Like that.
Closer.
No, I'm sure that was part of the plan there. So a driver change at DB Autosport, the number 20, just as Quentin Delamere comes in as well. So this is interesting. All those teams that had done a fuel stop but not a mandatory stop are now doing those stops, and we're starting to get more of an idea now. It is Romain Carton, the championship leader, their silver class driver, who is now aboard the number 20 machine. He is the one in that car going for the championship, because he's had Matthias Besch at the majority of the races this year, but he's taking part in the World Endurance Championship rookie test this weekend. That's why he's not here. And it was Philippe Lemoire last time we were here, and Pierre Coisnon, who has taken the second bronze seat for the majority of the season. But again, he's been unavailable this weekend, hence Quentin Bassora's presence in that car. So, Sasha, hopefully we'll start to get a little bit of an idea. I mean, how do you guys keep track of what's going on in a situation like this, where there's so much difference between, you know, the mandatory stops, like the driver change, the tyre changes, and then the refueling when they're so separate? How on earth are you keeping on top of what everyone is doing?
Yeah, I mean, usually we don't separate the refueling and the pit stops. So usually it's easier, but this time, yeah, we obviously have to keep track of the competitors, like which ones have done a refueling, which ones have done a mandatory pit stop. It's definitely more difficult, and all the information is probably not as accurate as we would like, because there's so much going on. But yeah, we have to just try our best to keep track, so we can kind of situate ourselves also of where we are in terms of our position. So yeah, it's difficult, but for now we're managing. Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, clearly much cleverer people than I working on that kind of stuff, because it is I find it difficult at the best of times when we don't have to separate the refueling and the driver changes. But yeah, this is going to be a lot to keep on top of. It is Alexandre Manot who has jumped on board the 95 Sisselcom racing car. I've just had confirmation, so thank you, producer Nathaniel, that it was Carol Frisch's number 17 Lamo car that expired at turn 7, which is, yeah, still very much last in the standings. So we do have 25 runners still left out there on the track. So this should be Alim Geshev moving into the lead of the race then. Sasha, thank you very much for coming in and joining us. I know you've got to get back to the team. Before I let you go, plans for next year? Do you know what you're going to be doing yet?
No, nothing sure yet, but for sure I would love to drive in this championship again. Honestly, it's been a great year, and you know, when you have the whole season to learn and to progress, it's great. And it's a great car too. You know, it's pretty cheap for what it is, and I think, yeah, there's quite a big future for this championship. So yeah, hopefully I'll be here next year too.
Well, of course, with the Racing Spirit of Le Mans, you've got good ties to move up the ACO ladder. So Sasha, thank you very much for coming in. We wish you all the best for next year.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Okay, just in time, we had brief yellow flags down at turn 8 there on the Mistral chicane, but they were very quickly rescinded, so not too much of a drama. As we are already approaching a half-race distance here, and we've got some semblance of an order now, as Valentin Simonet brings the Negouti competition car into pit lane as well. And there we can see it, and that's a tyre change happening, and just checking in with Valentin, their bronze driver. And we were talking about that car earlier on, the car that was started by Cindy Goudet, but Valentin, the motoring YouTuber, 34-year-old Parisian. He and that team have been very committed to this championship. He's done plenty of racing himself in Euro NASCAR, in French GT, GT4 European Championship as well. Drove the JSP4 in the Ligier European Series as well. We've also seen him compete in Ultimate Cup in a Ginetta GT4 car. Has done the majority of the season with the Negouti team. So it'll be Alban Negouti who brings that car to the checkered flag, I'd have thought. So Alim Geshev leading the way for 23 events, doing everything they need to do to keep the championship hopes alive. Fabien Michal, the bronze driver for Switch Racing, is in second position, 17.8 seconds behind the race leader. And somehow, yet again, the second 23 events car, the AM car, Maxence Maurice and Christophe Kretz, but it's the former at the wheel of the car now, doing an astonishing job out there, and it's third overall at the moment. Incredible. Alexandre Manot for Sisselcom is in fourth, and then Nico Prost in the 154 Kojmo car is still ahead of Romain Carton by only 4 seconds. Gaël Julien is setting the pace at the moment in 7th position for the number 7 Graf team. In the AM classification, Stefan Rupp still 2nd for Kojimo, and then Lionel Ribert 3rd for DB Autosport in their 2nd car that we can see trying to get around Quentin Joseph now. So it's Nico Prost aboard the championship contending Kojimo car. Let's go down to pit lane and hear from Marlon Hernandez.
Yeah, what is surprising here at Kojimo is that Marlon Hernandez is standing alongside me rather than being in the car right now, and Nico Prost is in the car. We're not used to seeing Nico in now, because usually he finishes the race. You've had a bit of a switch up.
Yeah, we decided to switch up. There's no real reason for this. Nico said he wanted to do the middle stint, and I was okay with doing the last, so we decided to switch.
So a new challenge for you, I guess, finishing. I know you're an experienced racing driver, and I'm sure you finished races before, but within this setup, I guess, is a new challenge.
Yeah, it's a new challenge, but I think we will manage it well.
Talk me through Erwin's stint then. Obviously he came in, he ran away, and he's probably going to get some fluids now. Ever the animated Erwin Creed, what did he say? Was he pleased with how it went? He had quite an eventful time out there, didn't he?
No, he was happy. He did a really great job. No problem. We need to finish the race, so he has to do no problem. But he had a real good pace. He finished his stint right in front of the number 20. So good stint. Only a few track limits, but it's no problem.
Only a few. That's at this point we're okay. Talk me through his start though. Was it as you expected it to go? There was a lot of battling.
Yeah, there was a battle, but
oh, we've got Marlon Hernandez live being pulled away, which is interesting if we just stay with it for a second, because that means that Nico Prost is either coming back in for a driver change. Maybe he's not happy because Marlon Hernandez is meant to be finishing the race. So very interesting to see. All the team, as you can see, are now looking at the screen. So I'm not entirely sure what we're going to see is happening at the moment. They're furious because they want to see actually what's happening in terms of on-track action. So we'll have to see what happens there. We lost Marlon, so stick with us.
Yeah, that is because Nico Prost is moving very slowly across the circuit with some kind of problem. He's only up at Scene Corner at the moment. It's either with a suspension issue or a puncture. There it is. And the car that was fighting for the championship is surely out of contention. Steering drama there potentially. He can barely keep it pointing in the right direction. Sorry, put a big load of lock on. Look how much lock he's got on the car just to try and keep it in a straight line. So some sort of rear suspension issue potentially. Oh no, look, the front left suspension is completely gone. Now, is that a loose wheel nut? Is that a loose wheel nut or is that suspension? But this is huge dramas for the Kojimo team that was fighting for the championship. Surely the hopes are over now. No wonder Marlon Hernandez whipped away from the scene as quick as humanly possible. Extraordinary scenes in this finale, approaching half race distance, and suddenly DB Autosport have got one hand on the trophy, while Prost doing everything he can to get that car back into pit lane and get whatever is broken on that car, whether it is just a loose wheel nut. Prost doing a great job to keep just off the track, away from the racing line. But you can see the extreme camber on the front left corner. That has potentially dashed the championship hopes for Kojimo Racing. Their hopes of doubling up on the AM Championship and the Drivers' Overall Championship and the Teams Championship. So he's back into pit lane now, and you've got to be so careful because the Armco barriers are right there as well, and he clearly isn't in full control of where that car is going to be pointing. So let's see what the team attends to first, whether it is just the wheel nut or not. We need to see the front left and see what's going on there, but the car up on the jacks, and it's going into the garage. Oh my goodness me, this is the end of the championship for Kojimo Racing. bitter disappointment for Marlon Hernandez, Owen Creed and Nico Prost. Extraordinary scenes here. Let's take a look at it. Well, the front coming up. Oh my goodness, the suspension's completely snapped. There's a huge chunk of it missing. How on earth has that happened? The Goodyear engineer straight away looking at the tyre. You can see where it's been rubbing against, because it had such extreme camber. You can see where it's been rubbing up against the asphalt. Well, this is hugely significant drama in terms of the championship. Well, 23 events racing, they needed some dramas for both of their championship contenders. They're one place there already, 20 points back in the championship. Claire Cottingham's got eyes on this as well. While we take a look at what's happening on the front left under the bodywork, Claire tells me that Nico Prost is getting out of the car and Marlon Hernandez is getting in. So I think they are now thinking we just need as much pace as humanly possible. There you can see the drama, the punishment that front left tyre took on that damaged side. Goodyear here with representatives for each team to take a look at tyres in exactly situations like that. These are extraordinary scenes that we are seeing. You can see where there's a significant break in the suspension, and the team working as quickly as humanly possible to get the fix in order. I'm fascinated by the level of teamwork and the no arguments, just get on with the job. That non-verbal communication that goes in these kind of situations. I'm told new tyres are being prepared. They were coming up to half race distance anyway, so they were due a change. This is a nice rare look into the underworkings of these Nova MPO2 cars, but extraordinary scenes. Great news, of course, for Alan Gishev and James Winslow, who will be taking over the car shortly, I would have thought, as they are now 16 seconds ahead of Fabien Michal in the lead of the race, and one of their title rivals that they needed to outscore big in order to have any hope of taking home the title has fallen by the wayside. So now it only remains to outscore Romain Carton by 21 points. Now that is a tall order in a race that only offers 25, but we've seen dramas for Kojimo. We could see dramas for DB Autosport as well. But as it stands, DB Autosport with one hand on the title as we approach half race distance after a suspension issue, by the looks of it, for the 154 Kojimo crew. You could not write it. Team that looked so dominant in the midway point of the season, with victory in the 6 hours of Portimao and the 4 hours of Aragon. So, seems like the front of that car going back on. They might be ready to put Marlon Hernandez into the race now. And yes, Claire Cottingham telling me we can see it now, the car going back out onto the racetrack. Well, going back out into pit lane at the very least. They will then change those tyres, I'd have thought. No. tyre change already done then by the looks of it. So back out onto the circuit for the 154 car. But it is now 4 laps down on the race lead. Marlon Hernandez has got a very big job on his hands now, as Gaël Julien in the number 7 Graf car sets the fastest lap of the race in 6th position, a 1:58.933. He's 75 seconds away from the race leader, but closing in a lot on Romain Carton, the silver class driver in the DB Autosport car, the championship leader. So 5.7 seconds the gap. Expect Julien to be on the back of Carton pretty soon. Wow, what a dramatic turn of events. Well, let's catch our breath, shall we, for a moment, and see what's happening. So, Alim Geshev leading the way for 23 events racing. 15 seconds of Fabien Michal, as 56 laps completed. It is Maxence Maurice in 3rd position. So Fabien Michal in 2nd place for Switch Racing, 15 seconds the gap. The AM leader in 3rd position overall, Maxence Maurice, still for 23 events racing, the number 27 car. Alexandre Manot in the Sisselcom car in 4th position, continuing to impress in the very early stages of their campaign. Romain Carton 5th for DB Autosport. We're at the half race distance in the European Endurance Prototype Cup finale. What drama we've seen, let's look back on it.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
So we enter the second half of the European Endurance Prototype Cup with big championship dramas. Before I introduce my latest guest in the commentary box, it looks like Alexandre Urban is down at CD Sport.
C'est un pilote de la voiture numéro 32, c'est l'un des grands acteurs de cette saison 2025, Augustin Vernier. Augustin, bon, on le voit à votre tenue et à votre visage, vous n'êtes pas encore allé en piste, vous n'avez pas encore transpiré dans la voiture. Ce sera comme bien souvent à l'arrivée. Comment se passent les premiers relais, celui d'Arlan et celui de Gilles en ce moment?
C'est plutôt pas mal, on suit notre plan. De toute façon, on est sur la bonne stratégie. Il n'y a pas trop de fait de course, donc là, c'est aller le plus vite possible pour l'instant. C'est compliqué pour aller jouer les premiers rôles, je pense, mais bon, on va tout donner jusqu'à la fin, on verra bien de toute façon.
C'était un nouveau monde pour vous, celui de l'endurance, celui du prototype, vous qui veniez de la monoplace. Ça a été une transition réussie, on vous a vu plusieurs fois aux avant-postes, notamment excellent en qualification. Le global de cette année, c'est un bilan positif.
Bien sûr, ouais, c'était une très bonne saison. Ma première en endurance et ça a été vraiment positif, très performant tout au long de l'année. Bon, on a eu un peu de malchance, donc le championnat, ça ne reflète pas notre performance, mais très content de ma première saison. Ouais.
Au vu d'un tel niveau et du rythme que vous avez affiché, on imagine que votre avenir s'écrit en endurance et en prototype.
Ouais, forcément, je vais essayer de continuer et gravir les échelons en proto. Et puis, le plus impossible en endurance, forcément, c'est l'objectif.
Qu'est-ce qu'on peut vous souhaiter pour ces 2 dernières heures de course?
Là, faire un très bon relais. Être agressif dans la voiture et pas perdre une seconde pour finir sur le podium.
Une dernière petite question, chaque fois que vous montez, on voit toujours les secteurs s'allumer en violet. On est obligé de le citer à chaque course, est-ce que vous allez nous le faire aujourd'hui aussi?
Ouais, franchement, je pense que ça peut aller vite.
On surveillera ça avec attention. Merci Augustin.
Merci Alexandre.
Thanks, Alexandre, for that. Augustin Bernier saying everything going to plan and giving everything to the end. Positive season overall, with a little bit of misfortune, but hoping to move higher up the endurance prototype ladder and to be a bit more aggressive out there on the track. Mechanical flag for the Sisselcom car, which is interesting. Alexandre Mano picking that one. I haven't seen that so far this season, but after waiting patiently through the highlights and the ad break and that last interview, Louis Rossi alongside me. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you to welcome me here.
It's so great to see you back, especially after the terrible crash at the Road to Le Mans, where I'm sure that was not a pleasant few months for you. But you seem to get back on the horse very quickly afterwards.
Yeah, for sure, because this crash was not supposed to happen, for sure, and gave me a lot of financial difficulties because you know when you crash a car, it's very expensive. So then after I have to find some solution, but many people help me and I can jump on another car a few months later after some bones repairment because I have the foot broken and ribs and hands. But then after I can make my first steps in ELMS and it was quite nice. So it was, I don't know, my first crash in car. It can happen. Unfortunately, it happened in Le Mans, my hometown. So, okay, it's like this now. It's from the past, and when I jump on the car now, it's quite okay.
It's slightly ironic, really, because it was a big crash in motorcycle racing that made you want to switch over to cars, wasn't it?
Not really, but for sure, many people say that because in 21 I had a crash here in Paul Ricard. I broke, I don't know the name in English, but you know the
your waist, your hips.
Yes, this. So it was quite 4 fracture here, and I spent a few months at the hospital. But then after I go back on the bike and I make one more time the 24 hours of Le Mans. But I stop after that because it's my dream to drive cars and to work to be here, to be in the 24 hours of Le Mans. So it was my objective after MotoGP races because I ride in Moto3, then in Moto2 in World Championship. Then after I go in Endurance Championship in motorcycle, then move to cars.
So how does this place compare on a bike and a car?
So the biggest difference is the corner speed. Corner speed with cars, especially with prototype, with aero, it's amazing. Just to give you a comparison, in Signe, which is the fast corner at the end of the back straight, in motorcycle you have to brake and shift down 2 gears. With this car, it's just full gas. It's unbelievable. It's physically possible to go full in this corner, but mentally to do this, to accept this mentally, it's quite hard because your brain say, okay, it's not possible, but at the end it is.
Yeah, I imagine your senses are somewhat heightened because you've spent all that time on the bike, feeling it move underneath you so much, and I've been more involved in motorcycle racing this year than I ever have been. I commentated on Le Mans this year in the EWC, and I've kept an eye on the Bol d'Or as well. Some real drama in there this year, but yeah, I can't imagine how much feeling you're getting on a bike and in a car as well.
It's totally different. For sure the feeling is not the same, the line are not the same, the way you drive it, you have to learn everything start from zero. For sure the experience of motorcycle is a huge advantage compared to someone who never touched or a bike or a car. But then after you have to accept to drive differently. For example, the line here, what you do with the car, it's just impossible with a motorcycle. Impossible. So you have to learn for sure a bit how work the car, because in the bikes you have a lot of mobility on it. Then in the car you are totally fixed, and it's also a big difference to understand the feeling.
Well, we're hearing from Louis Rossi. We can actually hear from his teammate because Alexander Urban is down with Paul Trajani.
Make him a bisou.
Box ANS Motorsport avec Paul Trajani, le pilote numéro 71 qui finira très probablement cette course. Paul, on a vu cette ANS pointer en haut du classement grâce à un splendide départ de Louis. C'était le plan, il a sauté la première ligne dès l'extinction des feux et ensuite il s'est envolé. Une première partie de course parfaitement réussie de votre côté.
Oui, c'est clair, on fait une première partie de course parfaite. Louis a été monstrueux. Il nous fait un départ, premier tour être premier, au bout de 10 tours on avait 10 secondes d'avance sur les autres bronzes. C'est parfait. Maintenant on verra, on est loin au classement, mais avec les stratégies on ne sait pas trop, donc on verra en fin de course.
Ça fait du bien aussi de vous revoir aux avant-postes. On sait qu'il y a eu quelques petits soucis, souvent des podiums qui se sont envolés, même des victoires. Et là, bon, on va croiser les doigts pour vous que ça aille jusqu'au bout cette fois-ci.
Oui, c'est clair. On a eu une saison un peu compliquée. On n'a pas eu trop de chance, mais là, on verra. On croise les doigts. Je pense que ça va le faire.
puis on a vu ce week-end donc Louis Rossi rejoindre Belen et vous dans la 71 avec la blessure d'Adrien Schilla. Mais Adrien, il est là. On a vu beaucoup échanger hier pendant la qualification avec Louis. On imagine que c'est ce qui s'est passé tout au long du week-end pour aider Louis Rossi et faire partager son expérience.
Oui, c'est clair. On est très content qu'Adrien vienne. Il nous aide à nous trois, honnêtement, même pour moi. Avec son expérience, il nous aide beaucoup. Et oui, c'est clair que ça aide à Louis, même si Louis, il est très bon déjà sans ça, mais il apporte son expérience, Adrien, et ça nous fait vraiment du bien.
Vous connaissez bien ce podium au circuit Paul Ricard. Il y a de grandes chances de vous y revoir si tout se passe bien.
J'espère, on verra. Je ne veux pas trop m'avancer avec ce qui s'est passé début d'année ici, donc on verra.
Merci beaucoup, Paul.
Merci.
Well, Portigiani with an awful lot of positive things to say about you there, Louis, because it was a cracking start to this race.
Yeah, but I have many things positive to say to him also. He's amazing driving the car. For sure, to stand by him and Belen, they have not a lot of experience because Paul didn't start like at 6 years old the car, so he's quite very fast. With not a lot of experience, but to learn from him the way he drives helped me a lot to improve during this weekend. For example, he teach me some way to use the brake that I didn't know, and it was much better. And then after, when he tried to push to get the time, watching his video and his data, he's like a pig. He's amazing.
I suppose having Adrian as well, we alluded to it at the top of the show, but you're here filling in for Adrian Chiller, who's broken his wrist,
unfortunately,
sadly. Having him as well, he must just be a wealth of knowledge.
Yeah, for sure, Adrien. It's a pity for him to broke his wrist, a little bone in the ribs. So. Because for sure he have a lot of expectation here, he's quite fast, but then after we call each other and they decide to ask me to come, so I try to do my best to give the maximum of honor I can do for him and all the job he make with the team during all year, and he have a lot of experience in different car, and for sure to talk with him about this track plus this car was quite helpful, and for sure I wish him a very fast recovery.
Paul also alluded to your slightly quirky strategy that you guys are on at the moment, because if we look where Belen Garcia is at the moment, 19th position, it doesn't look great, but then you notice that you've only got one more pit stop to make, presumably one with fuel as well. So when you look at it that way, it's a very good position.
I think it's not so bad. For sure we have to wait, because in endurance you never know what's going to happen. But I think we try to take the opportunity. The thing is that we didn't have a lot of accident or safety car, stuff like that. So at the moment our strategy could be good at the end if it's remain like that. So let's see.
It's interesting how many different approaches we have, because the top 6 cars still have 3 stops to go. You guys are getting them out of the way as quick as possible.
Yeah, it's a bet. As every time in endurance, you bet on something. You have to believe in what you plan to try to go on until the end. But you know, when you speak to engineers the day before the race, all the ideas are quite superb and wonderful and clever, but then after it depends really what's happened during the race.
Yeah,
you have to adapt at any time, and I'm sure you talk about this in every races, but the difference is made by your engineer in the decision he takes.
What's been the appeal of this championship to you? Because you were approaching racing in prototypes, and then you came here last year with the Graf team, won a few races. What's been the appeal of this?
The thing is that I make my first step in prototype here like 2.5 years more or less ago, and this championship was improving. I mean, about with the new Nova and P02, you had before some P3 and some faster riders try to come here, and the general level is increasing a lot. And now it's a big championship. So my point of view on this now is that it's a very, very good championship, very useful to understand how endurance work. The steward also make a good job, because like few years ago the penalty was not, you know, sometimes you can have some penalty, but sometimes if they didn't see, nobody have penalties. Now it's more clear. If you do a mistake, you have a penalty, basta. And this is something very more professional, and it helped the rider to have like a I don't know, like a real level and a real end of race with the fastest at the end.
It seems to be a great proving ground for drivers who want to then step into On Cup or European Le Mans series. Of course, you've made that transition yourself. How has it been competing in both of those championships?
But you know, sometimes drive in ELMS is easier than this. Huh?
Really?
Yes, because you have less driver.
Of course.
And you have only bronze, and the rule is that you have with all the bronze at the beginning, more or less. So sometimes it's easier to drive in ELMS than Michelin Le Mans Cup or here, because you have a lot of cars, the level is amazing, and because this kind of championship is also cheaper than the other one, many people can come inside and drive. So it's a very good first step, I think.
Well, we'll keep chatting to Louis in a sec. In the meantime, let's head down to the Sisselcom team.
Je suis avec Enzo Calderas dans le box de Sisselcom Racing Team. Enzo, on a vu votre voiture revenir à l'arrêt, semble-t-il, un problème lié à l'essence, c'est bien ça?
Ouais, alors c'est Alex, il a pris le deuxième relais. On a eu un petit souci d'essence dans le dernier virage, du coup il est rentré avec l'élan, en fait pour moi sans essence. À ce que j'ai entendu, j'ai pas encore d'informations, mais à mon avis c'est ça, et en fait il est rentré avec l'élan, on est revenu à la pompe, et pareil à la pompe on a eu un petit souci, il est reparti sans le réservoir, sans le bouchon je veux dire. Donc il a dû rentrer, on a dû rechercher le bouchon d'essence, donc on a perdu beaucoup de temps. En plus on a fait un début de course vraiment exceptionnel. Gwenaël, franchement il a fait son boulot, il a rendu la voiture première, donc franchement on peut rien dire de mieux. Donc voilà, là malheureusement on a eu ça, donc on va voir plus tard dans la course, mais bon là on est très loin, donc ça va être dur de remonter maintenant.
Oui, c'est vraiment dommage parce qu'on voit cette équipe Sisselcom Racing Team extrêmement bien placé, que ce soit à qualification à Manicourt, dans le début de course de Manicourt, ici, qui mène la course pour la première fois, alors que vous êtes qu'à votre deuxième course, on le rappelle, dans le championnat. C'est que le signe que malheureusement, les faits de course n'ont pas dans votre sens en ce moment, mais vous travaillez très très bien.
Ouais, voilà, on est un jeune team, voilà, on fait les 2 dernières manches de l'UCS. On apprend encore nos erreurs, bien sûr. On va tout travailler pour l'année prochaine pour faire une année au top, mais bon, pour l'instant, c'est les aléas du sport auto, bien sûr, c'est comme ça. Hein.
Je sais que c'est un peu frustrant pour vous qui êtes le dernier relayeur et qui va avoir moins d'enjeux sportifs. Est-ce que vous serez là l'année prochaine pour vous battre aux avant-postes?
Ouais, bien sûr, je serai toujours là. On sera quand même avec SRT, bien sûr, à discuter, mais je serai là, sûr et certain, pour la Nova.
Écoutez, on va vous souhaiter une bonne fin de course et espérer vous voir jouer les premiers rôles toute la saison prochaine.
Merci beaucoup, merci à vous.
Enzo Calderas, they're explaining the mechanical flag, which seems to be an issue with the fuel tank, potentially a leak in there, and that's why they were told to bring in the car. But the Sisselcom team in only their second weekend of this championship and confirming their attendance for next year, which is great to hear. Louis, I know you've got to go soon and also have a word with our French colleagues as well. So before I let you go, I'll just ask you, 2026, what have you got planned?
Something that I cannot tell you right now.
Okay.
The only thing that I can tell you is that we are working on a very big project, a bit different than this, with different sport inside, including the biggest endurance race. Then you can imagine what you want. Okay. But I cannot tell you everything because it depends. We are fixing everything now with different sponsors, and we are going to announce something during the winter. So just keep connected, and let's cross the finger if we can go on it. But for sure, it's something that you will heard about, and something never did before in the world.
Okay, keep an eye on Louis Rossi's Instagram then for more news on that one. Louis, it's so wonderful to see you again.
Thank you very
so much for
and
coming
thank you for your job. It's nice to hear you commenting every time.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Have fun with our French colleagues as well. Louis Rossi from ANS Motorsport there. Thank you so much for coming in. And of course, good luck to the team for the rest of the race as well. Right, just over 90 minutes left to go in this, frankly, enthralling final race of the season. Few penalties that have come in while we were having a few chats there. The latest for Frédéric Lacour and the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. That's that car's second penalty. We were laughing with Sasha Klavodetch earlier about an 80-second stop-and-go penalty for the CD Sport number 33 car for speeding in the pit lane. Well, an even heftier one has come in for DB Autosport, and in fact, literally just now, a second one, the same penalty, 130 seconds stop-and-go penalty. They really are coming down hard on these pit lane speeding penalties. Meanwhile, potential dramas here for 73 from ANS Motorsport, with the back of the car exposed to the elements. A driver change going on. Who's just brought that car in? Gregoire Croulet, so we're handing over to Frédéric. It's a bronze-silver combination. This might just be a little bit of maintenance because they've got a bit of luxurious amount of time in order to do so. Another penalty coming at this time for the Sisselcom car, the number 95. 60 seconds stop and go for a refueling infringement. Now, they come down pretty hard on that as well, if you are not following all the procedures at the fuel Bowser. 72 heads back out onto the racetrack, the Awon family. There is Marlon Hernandez circulating out there. Has been setting some very quick times. He's lapping in the 158s. In fact, the only driver lapping in the 158s throughout the whole race. And so fastest car on the track at the moment, but still down in 21st place, which is not the kind of position that's going to win them the championship today. James Winslow also now aboard the 23 events car that has led the race quite significantly now. This is that penalty for DB Autosport we were just talking about. 130 seconds of stop and go there, which is really coming down hard. Thankfully, those dramas are not happening on the sister car, which is fighting for the championship. That currently sits in 8th position. Romain Carton still aboard and has just done his personal best lap of the race as well. Claire Cottingham taking a break from the pit lane. It's been quite an action-packed race, hasn't it?
Yeah, this is the first time I've kind of stopped and had a moment to kind of regain my thoughts. We like to take a couple of moments out to make sure that the French drivers are spoken to as well, and I don't speak French, so that's Alexandre in the pit lane for me for that one. It's been chaotic. I mean, I can't believe we've only got an hour and a half left. Usually by this point I look up and it's, you know, we've got 2.5 hours left, and I think, okay, we're getting to that point where things are going to start getting spicy, but it seems to have got spicy from the start to the end to, you know, now. So yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever spoken to a driver midway. Obviously I've spoken to drivers and seen teams, stuff happen to their teammates around us as the car number 21 has come in, and they've actually looks like they're doing a stop go. I don't know where we're at. Well, yeah, 21's got 130 second stop go penalty for speeding in the pit lane, so that's going to be a long time sitting there. But yeah, just speaking to Marlon, and I saw in his eyes something had changed, and annoyingly you and I had lost our contact in terms of talk back, so I didn't have a screen in front of me, so I had no idea what was happening. All I saw was that I was speaking to a driver, the driver disappeared, the team are going like mental around me, and everyone's running around, and I'm like, okay, something's happened. Either, you know, he's either had a crash, and I couldn't see, there was nothing on the screen that was showing you know, when there's been a crash, you can kind of see there's a red flag or there's this or that. But there was nothing around me to kind of show anything until I must have looked away the 1 second they showed the slow-moving 154. So it was definitely interesting to be around all of that as that was going on, and you could see the fear in Marlon Hernandez's eyes. We'd just been talking about the fact that he wasn't going to do the middle stint. I
don't think I've ever seen a driver mid-interview and then realise they've just lost the championship. Because there's not any other race. No. You know, this is
it was awful.
This is the highlight of Marlon Hernandez's career racing in this championship, and so it's an extraordinary moment to have caught on camera.
Yeah.
I was trying to get the talk back to you, which apparently isn't working either. Trying to get message to you about that, it's extraordinary stuff.
I mean, it was good that we, you know, got the reaction and could be there for that moment. So almost, if you had told me, and I said he would have run off. So actually, waiting and seeing how that played out kind of worked for us, but obviously not for them. Really, really disappointing, and I could feel it from the team. You could see the heads being shook, and it's not, you know, they've got another team to sort out as well. You know, they're sharing teams at the moment, so they've got to head down and keep going. But you could feel the heartbreak around you in that Kojimo garage, and it was just pure disbelief.
I can't imagine what that moment must feel like. The sister cars at least running second and third in the AM category at the moment. Nicolas Chartier ahead of Philippe Dirion. Of course, they were hoping to round out all 3 titles here, having won the AM Championship last time out in Magny-Cours, fighting for the overall drivers and the teams championship as well. Leading that championship, in fact, going into this final race of the season. So it is 90 minutes left on the clock, 89 now. And I was talking earlier about how 23 events may well still be in this championship hunt if dramas were to befall DB Autosport as well, because James Winslow now aboard that car, and suddenly it's looking like they are going to be the favourites for victory, because Winslow will be going to the end of the race in that car, and with 2 stops left to go, I suppose the question is going to be how they compare against this interesting strategy that the Louis Rossi, Belen Garcia and Paul Trajani car are doing, where they've got so many of the stops out of the way immediately.
Early doors, yeah.
So that's going to be interesting where they meet in the final half an hour or so. But you've got to say, Winslow and Geshev looking incredibly strong.
Well, and they're running a very different rear wing, they were telling us on the grid, weren't they? That they were looking for, I can't remember the exact ins and outs of what he said, but completely different from everyone else, because they knew that the wind wouldn't be significant in the way that the car moved and reacts, basically, because there's no wind out there. And so they'd worked this out all weekend and had gone through, you know, practice and qualifying with this different wing, and it seems to have really worked out for them aerodynamically. Is that another slow-moving Kojimo?
That's the 555 car. So,
Sorry, I suddenly panicked that we were seeing another slow move. It doesn't look like it's going full whack at the moment. It's just come out of the pit lane.
Yeah, Dennis Calon's just got aboard that car, so I think just getting himself up to speed.
Acquainted with the car. So have you done the maths of where we're at with the championship?
Not yet, because we've got so many funky strategies going on, and also because we were talking about this earlier, because you don't do the refueling with the mandatory stops here. So it's actually very difficult to judge where everyone is on their refuel as well as their mandatory stops. So it could be that you know, someone's got 2 stops to go but only 1 refuel, for example. So I think we'll save that until we know where we're at later on in the race. I mean, if it were to end like this, for example, Romain Carton would be the champion, sitting in 6th position at the moment. It's 21 points that James Winslow and Alain Geshev need to outscore Romain Carton by, and so that basically means that they would have to win the race and for Carton to finish no higher than 8th, which at the moment neither of those things is happening. I'm going to actually double check the scoring system on that. It's the standard FIA one, unlike a lot of the other championships that we have here in the Ultimate Cup. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8th position.
Oh, replay then here of 57 on 21, but that won't be for track position, but they have a bit of a ding-dong, and that's slightly pushed 21 wide, and yeah, difficult there.
Yeah, so that's Nicolas Chartier getting very close to the front end of Daniel Bassora's car. That's the one that was crashed in qualifying by Adrien Bastide yesterday, and all those ANS cars line astern at the moment. The car at the head of that queue is the 71 that Louis Rossi started, and is on that slightly interesting strategy. In fact, Belen Garcia has just got around Michael Stephen for 7th position. Meanwhile, the sister car seems to be battling with Loris Kaibers. Alexandre Yvonne trying to keep Loris Kaibers at bay, but you would imagine that that is not going to stay that way for very long. We've got yellow flags out at the final corner.
Can't see anything on our little cameras we've got up top, and whatever it was, there's car number 23 is stopped at 10.
Well, there is no car 23, so that's an error from the, it might be car 33, for example, and yes, correction, car 33 stopped at turn 15.
So third sector's got yellows then out as it stands at the moment at the penultimate corner.
So that's Shahan Sharkissian, who has stopped, but green flags are now waving there actually, so I wonder if he's got that car going.
Must have done. We'll see if he comes past the timing beam in a second, on if he's by the penultimate corner.
I think he's just gone across the line. It was a 1 minute 26 for his final sector. So I think he has...
I might suggest he's got it going again.
Yeah, it's got along there. So, yeah, confirmation. It has rejoined the race, as has this car, actually. So this is the car that was parked at the side of the road at turn 7 with Carol Frisch at the wheel. But since then, Frederic Morel has been able to get in the car and take it out onto the track, but running absolutely dead last, 25 laps down from the race leader.
Winslow's in the pit lane to take one of the final stops they've got. One more mandatory pit stop to go, and you have to say they're looking in very strong contention here to take their first win of the season. And is it James Winslow's first in the championship? Have we seen them win before?
Well, when he was with Graf.
Trying to remember now. Sorry.
I'm trying to remember if he did.
Out.
Yeah, hang on. So Asian Le Mans Series champion. I don't think he was 3rd in the championship with Graf last year, but I think only with podium finishes.
I never, in my time, I've never interviewed James when he's won.
I think, yeah, I think. No, wait, Mugello. No, in the rained off race. It was the weird one because. We split the race in 2 because of the weather, and it was done on aggregate. Yes, the really long red flag one. Yeah. I think James and John Corbett won that race.
You might be, yes, John Corbett did. Yes, you're right. You are absolutely right.
Wow, I can't believe I've dug that out of the memory banks.
Yeah, suddenly had the memory of where I interviewed them as well at the end of the pit lane. Yeah, that's they did win. You're entirely correct.
Okay, I had no idea they'd won the race either, because I was calling the race that was in front of me, and then someone told me that actually it was aggregate.
I seem to remember they had no idea, and I remember going up to James and being like, "You've won," and he was like, "Okay."
How?
Yeah, with Corbett. Yes, that fell out my memory completely.
Well, it's funny because they obviously came to Paul Ricard last year fighting for the championship and had, you know, some disappointment there. But this is seems to be making up for it at the moment. So it would be Alim's first win for sure. first year in the championship, and back-to-back wins for 23 events, because of course it was the sister car that won in Magny Cours. That extraordinary effort from the all-bronze crew.
So where is this going to leave the 154 in the championships? Currently down in 21st at the moment with Marlon Hernandez, and even the speediness of Marlon Hernandez, who is going around quicker than quite a few of the drivers in front of him. Best lap of a 1:58, and the best lap of the car leading at the moment. Well, car leading is 2 minutes, but let's have a look what James Winslow's best is. 1:59.5 as well, so still a tenth quicker for Marlon Hernandez.
Yeah, but they need the 20 to have a similar issue now,
yeah, no,
and
totally.
to fight back into the points. If anything, I'd be more concerned about the Guichev and Winslow car passing them in the championship, which I think is very likely now.
Where's the 20? Oh, down in 5th, yeah. So a very outside chance could be a very inside chance for James Winslow and Aleem.
It could well be if the...
too nervous, don't talk about it.
if the Carton car falls outside of the top 8, or outside of the top 7, then it's game on. Absolutely game on. But right now, Romain Carton's doing a stellar job holding that car in 5th position, lapping in the 2-minute flats. And of course, they've still got the ace in the hole to play in the form of Job van Utrecht, who's filling in for Matthias Bech this weekend.
20.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm hoping, I might not have time to go down and speak to him, but I'm hoping to try and chat to Job before we can, before the time is up. But Alex in the pit lane at the moment, going to speak to hopefully the AM leader, and then I'll see if I can find Job.
Well, Job can do a maximum of 1 hour and 5 minutes, so I imagine they'll get him in the car in the next 15.
Yeah, but there's always... You don't speak to the drivers in the heat as much as I do, and there is always a very small window that you can speak to them. So obviously when Nico Prost got out the car, if I had all the, confidence in the world, I would have gone up to him and be like, interview now, but you can't. You've got to learn how the drivers react to you.
Yeah.
And in that situation, you have to know, especially with Nico Prost, I've got to give it a half an hour to an hour. And even then, he may very well say no. And that, do you know, is his prerogative. That's absolutely fine. They're usually pretty kind, but if I then wait too long till the end of the race, Nico Prost still won't want to talk to me because it'll be too close to the end of the race. So again, I'm going to have to go and play. I'm trying to think of a sport that's like a dance, like the
Strictly.
No, like the dancer dance, driver dance.
the driver dance.
Got to do the tango with Nico Prost. That was my tango. Do you want me to go back to the pit lane?
I'm really glad we don't have a commentator cam in here, because that was awful.
What do you mean it was awful? It was brilliant. I only put my arm out.
Hey, look, I wasn't the best dancer at Stagecoach, so...
When you went to RADA?
No, not RADA.
Anyway.
I was only 12.
Let's not get bogged down. There's actually good racing. 1:17 is the time left on the clock. An hour and 17 minutes to see who is going to be crowned our 2025 European Endurance Prototype Cup champion. And if you missed out earlier, the guys that were in contention were the 154, which started second on the grid. Marlon Hernandez currently behind the wheel and down in 21st after a suspension failure. We don't still really know what happened to Nico Prost to get that suspension failure, whether he had any contact or not. And they were the ones that were looking ready to wrap up this championship. The other guys in contention are car number 20 in 5th at the moment, Romain Carton, who is the silver driver in that one, currently running 5th overall, but obviously things will shake out as the pit stops come in. And another one that's the 3rd in contention is car number 28, which has got James Winslow at the wheel at the moment. He would have dropped down slightly. He's down in 12th at the moment because he's just had a pit stop, but he's just done a personal middle best sector. I've wrapped it up for you.
And has done all of the mandatory stops. So there'll have to be one more trip into pit lane for a refuel. but that is basically Winslow good to go till the end. So maybe in about 15 minutes time, they'll bring that car in, just as Valentin Simonet is doing right now for the Nagoti competition team. So it's looking very good for 23 events and also for their AM car as well. So let's hear from the team boss, Christophe Cresp.
Alors j'avais prévu une interview où on a décidé d'en faire une double avec Maxence Maurice qui vient de sortir de la 23 Events Racing numéro 27 et avec son fils Louis Maurice qui roule ce week-end chez Racing Spirit of Léman. Alors pour commencer, comme Maxence me l'a bien précisé, il faut dire que Maxence est devant son fils, il est très content. D'ailleurs on sait que c'est un match dans le match, Maxence. Pour finir sur ce relais, un très très bon relais de votre part et vous rendez la voiture à Christophe à la première position. Ça a des airs de Manicourt ici.
Ouais, bah on va voir. Apparemment, le rythme était bon. On veut toujours avancer plus vite. Hein. On veut toujours aller chercher de la vitesse. On sans dégrader trop la voiture. Mais ouais, pour l'instant, tout se passe bien. On va aller jusqu'au bout comme ça. On va voir.
C'était pas prévu que vous affrontiez Louis ce week-end. Ça a été fait un peu en dernière minute. Mais c'est toujours un plaisir d'avoir ce duel père-fils à distance.
Ah bah ça me motive encore plus. Ça me motive 2 fois plus encore de performer. Parce que je sais que c'est un grand performeur aussi. Donc c'est toujours une bataille entre nous, quoi.
Ouais, et Louis, pour vous, c'est un bon début de course. Vous avez été plutôt bon dans votre relais. Qu'est-ce qu'il va faire pour aller chasser papa?
Ouais, aujourd'hui ça a été plutôt bon. Le relais était dans le rythme. Comparé au début du week-end qui était un peu plus compliqué. Donc c'est bien, on a aligné les tours comme il fallait au moment où il fallait. Bon, du coup j'arrive dans les temps de papa presque. Normalement c'est pas aussi difficile d'arriver dans ces temps. Mais voilà, c'est quand même un bon week-end. C'était super cool de rouler ensemble dans des voitures différentes. On va essayer de rouler dans la même voiture l'année prochaine, ce serait top. Et qu'on arrive à performer comme ça, voilà, il y a de belles choses à faire.
On pourrait retrouver un équipage avec les deux Maurice comme on l'avait l'année dernière en compagnie de Christophe Carrière chez CD Sport alors.
Ah bah c'est sûr que de faire des podiums ensemble, c'est le rêve, quoi. Donc non, et puis la formule, la Nova, la Ultimate Cup Proto, là, c'est vraiment extraordinaire. Donc c'est vraiment un défi sportif à chaque fois dans cette voiture et on s'amuse bien, c'est le top.
Merci messieurs, puis on vous souhaite une bonne fin de course dans vos voitures respectives.
Apologies, that was actually Maxence and Louis Maurice. Maxence had just gone out of the 23 events car and handed that back over to Christophe Cresp. And so, yes, it was Maxence and his son Louis. Maxence saying that the rhythm so far in this race has been good, and that's reflected in the timing at the moment. And happy to be racing against his son this time, because they were sharing a car last year. And son Louis described a difficult start to the weekend, getting back up to speed. Because he hasn't been racing this year, but they'd like to be back in the same car again next year, so maybe we'll see that over at 23 Events Racing for 2026. So Marlon Hernandez in that 154 car we see on screen, still setting the pace, but down in 21st position. Oh, that was a close moment there for Benoit Farine, the number 70 car, coming up against the 21 DB Autosport car of Daniel Bassora, which has had 2 significant penalties in this race, and so Farine goes through in the end, still with 3 stops to go. Is that ANS Motorsport car? He's going to do one of them now. We see Fabien Michal into pit lane for the penultimate time. Well, at least for the pit stop itself rather than the refuel. So Belen Garcia in a good position as well there in 71. I'm just looking for, because we know that both of those cars have got 1 refuel to go. Belen Garcia still has to hand over to Paul Trajani for the final stint. So that's 71 car at the moment. It's very difficult to judge, actually, the gap. It's somewhere in the region of 2 minutes. But this is a interesting strategy play from ANS Motorsport. and we'll see if it plays off. That number 70 is taking, oh sorry, no, it's 71, excuse me, 34 seconds of handicap, whereas the Winslow and Geschäft car only taking 31, so they are going to be 3 seconds better off in that final stop. Oh, in fact, they've just done it now. So Paul Giugiani just left the pit lane. And well, we're going to see that's basically going to be for the lead of the race. So there is the 71 car, the orange trimmed red, white and black A&S Motorsport car. And I think he must be behind James Winslow. He is, yes. Winslow coming into turn 11 at Le Bousset now in the number 28 car. And a good couple of corners ahead of Paul Giugiani. So that is the net race lead then, I don't quite comfortably say, for James Winslow. We'll see how it unfolds in the final hour. But both of those cars still with a refuel to do, but those drivers going to the end, I'd have thought. So then it's going to be a question of who's going to be joining them on the podium. This car could be a key contender. The Switch Racing number 4 car, Sandro Peressuti, now aboard that car. The 26-year-old Frenchman who started this year in the GT4 Cayman with the Switch team. That's going to be making its endurance debut in a few hours' time in the Kennel GT Endurance Cup finale, the 6-hour. And it would be quite the way to wrap up their first season if they were to score their first podium, bearing in mind that they scored their best results, the best ever results in Magny-Cours last time out, which was a 8th place finish. No, it wasn't, sorry, it was a 6th place finish. That was their first significant points of the season. It was the first time they finished inside the top 10. So it would be yeah, extraordinary if they were to round this out with a podium finish. So we'll see how that works out. Michael Stephen in the pit lane meanwhile, ticking off one of his final stops. Still got one more to do after this one. And of course, the car started by Nick Adcock. Those two dear friends coming to the end of another season together. You look at what they've accomplished together in the Asian Le Mans Series, in the Kyalami 9 hours, here in the Ultimate Cup as well. Won the European Le Mans Series Championship together last year with Gaël Julien in the RLR M Sport team. And in fact, this year competing together with RLR as well, this time with Julien Orion. Podium finishes at Spa-Francorchamps and in Barcelona together. Oh, close call on the release there for Michael Stephen. The South African pairing. We talk about Nick Adcock, who's such a advocate of this championship. Heads back off to South Africa and brings back a bunch of drivers with him as well. Right, Romain Carton in the number 20 DB Autosport car, the champion-elect as it stands, into pit lane. And now we are going to see the ace up the sleeve of DB Autosport, Job van Uter, the 27-year-old Dutch driver, the LMP2 racer over the last few years in the European Le Mans Series and the World Endurance Championship, the European Le Mans Series champion in LMP3 back in 2018, and Petit Le Mans winner in 2020 as well. That is the driver replacing Matthias Besch as he completes in the rookie test for the World Endurance Championship in the hypercar category. So now it is all up to Job van Uter to try and bring home the championship for Romain Carton. They've already had a significant bit of help in their championship rivals, their nearest rivals, suffering a significant suspension issue earlier in the race with Nico Prost at the wheel. And so long as they keep it inside the top 8, then the championship should be theirs. Van Uttert aboard now and gets out into pit lane. Big smoke from the Goodyear tyres as he releases the car. There is our, I think, net race leader though, James Winslow. Only just ahead of Alban Naguti, but that Naguti competition car with a stop to serve. So actually Winslow's just passed Naguti on track for what is currently 8th position. This has been a very strong showing from the Naguti team though as well. There is Job van Uttert, who should have just ticked off the final stop there. No, still showing one more to go. Okay, interesting. I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of wincing going on, but with Van Uttert now aboard, that car surely is just going to start lighting up the timing screen. This is our current race leader, Christoph Cresp, but with 2 stops still to give us. So while this has been another impressive performance in terms of speed from the number 27 car, I would imagine they'll fall back a little bit. They haven't been able to take advantage of any safety cars or full course yellows in order to get the strategic jump like they managed to do in Manicourt. Which was a significant part that James was telling us about in the first hour of the race when he was with us in the commentary box. And he is pumping in personal best at the moment and a fastest middle sector as well. But it looks like Claire Costingham has got news for us down at 23 events.
I wanted to come down here and speak to Elim Geshev, and I did. I walked in here. We have like a little Paul Ricard. They have a bit that I can't get to basically. Now they're all looking because they know that I'm talking about them. And I said to Elim, "Do you mind if we have a quick chat?" And he said, "Can we do it after the race?" And I said, "Well, I kind of need to speak to you now." And I think he's just got to the point where he's like, "I just want to watch the end of the race now." Nerves are starting to kick in for the team, and of course you can see why, because James Winslow out there on course to win and potentially win the championship. So unfortunately I can't bring you a chat with Elim, but hopefully we'll be able to speak to him afterwards when maybe he'll be crowned the winner.
Yeah, the win looking very good at the moment for 23 events. The championship, it's going to need a little bit of assistance, I think, from the racing gods. And with Job van Uttert going fastest in the first sector on his first flying lap, it's not it's not going to be in terms of their speed. He's only 10 seconds behind James Winslow at the moment, but with a pit stop still to give us, so he will drop back. But the pace of Job van Uttert clear to see from the very get-go in that DB Autosport car that of course won here at the start of the season. We started here in Le Castellet. Again, that was a very there were about 3 different teams that could have won that race, and one of them was 23 events, the other one was Kojimo. So it's crazy how it seems like every weekend we keep talking about these same 3 teams that have been on the podium on a pretty regular basis. It's 3 rostrum appearances for DB this year, 2 for Kojimo, both of them the wins. 2 consecutive podium finishes for 23 events, a 2nd and 3rd place finish in the last 2 races, a 3rd and 2nd place finish for A&S Motorsports as well, for the Belen Garcia, Paul Tijani and, as it was at the time, Adrian Chilla car. Of course, Graf have taken a couple of podium finishes as well, 3 across their cars. Best finish of 2nd for David Drew, Quentin Joseph and Eric Chule at the start of the season. But of course, they had the rather remarkable podium finish from the pit lane start for the number 7 crew, I think it was. Yes, the Franck Desauteaux, Gaël Julien and Jonathan Thomas machine. And that was also followed up by a extraordinary podium for Michael Stephen and Tate Bishop. It was alongside Nick Adcock. After their puncture earlier in the race and fought back to the podium. All right, Job van Uitert, first flying lap straight into the 159s, and he's done 2 purple sectors so far on this lap. So currently in 7th position, and we see the number 70, Gregoire Siga, that's currently in 3rd position, but does still owe us 2 more stops. I'm very curious to see where the switch racing car, Sandro Perasuti, comes out in relation to the cars we've been talking about, the DB, the James Winslow car, and the ANS car, of course, as well. That's the only other car that's done all of its stops so far. Well, that's towards the front anyway. Oh, Job van Uitert going straight into the 58.0. 0.6 of a second away from the lap record, which is astonishing pace. Sad news from the Graf Racing team. Number 7, Gaël Julien, has had to retire due to a gearbox failure. That's been a very difficult weekend. Franck Desauteaux not racing today because of illness. Gaël Julien and Jonathan Thomas having to go it alone, and now that car ending its season in the barriers, in the garage, I should say, sorry, with a mechanical problem. I'm actually just looking at the race, the first time we raced here this year. Yeah, okay, we didn't get anywhere near the lap records. That time I was about 2 seconds off because we were racing largely at night. So the David Drew lap record is definitely the one to aim for, the 157.408 that Job van Uitert is only 0.6 of a second away from now. So I'm keeping my eye out on that as well, as we're now into the final hour of the 2025 European Endurance Prototype Cup season. It's been an extraordinary campaign filled with fantastic racing and a championship fight that has definitely kept us on our toes. For now, it is Christophe Cresp leading the way for 23 events in the AM car. Sandro Perasuti for Switch Racing in 2nd, and Gregory Sigues for ANS Motorsport, number 70, in 3rd position. Nicolas Chartier in 4th, 2nd of the AM runners for Kojimo. Dennis Callon, 3rd of the AM runners at the moment, in 11th position overall. But in terms of where we think the front runners are going to be, James Winslow has ticked off all of his mandatory stops. He'll have to come in for a refuel, but the 23 events car in 5th position, ahead of Job van Uitert for DB Autosport, Alban Naguti for Naguti Competition, Enzo Richer now aboard the 777 Lamo car, looking in a very strong position there. Augustin Bernier aboard number 32 from CD Sports, and Michael Stephen in the number 30 CD Sports car, all inside the top 10. We will also keep an eye on where Paul Trajani rounds out. He's in 14th at the moment, but has done all of his stops. Only the refuel for him to go. David Drew is behind him by a lap at the moment, number 9 Graf car. Marlon Hernandez now in 17th position in the 154 car after that significant suspension issue. We have lost the number 7 Graf car, as we mentioned. We had dramas for the number 17 Lamo car, but that has rejoined the racetrack. So 25 runners is still out there as we are now at the final hour of the race.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Less than 50 minutes to go in the championship, and we still have some of the pit stops still to serve, some refueling still to do, but as it stands, it is looking very good for DB Autosport to bring home the championship. But of course, anything can happen in these final few minutes here. It's been an incredible season of racing, and it doesn't just end here. We will have the Winter Cup joining us. We just saw the promo for it. Will include the European Endurance Prototype Cup, as well as the Kennel GT Endurance Cup and the Hoosier Formula Cup as well. That all kicks off in February. So if you haven't got your entry in for that one, then make sure you go to the Ultimate Cup Series website, get the details, and get your entry in for that one. It's going to be a good few weeks before the main season kicks off once again here in Le Castellet in 2026. So this is our current race leader, Christoph Cresp, still with 2 pit stops to give us though, as does Gregory Seegers in second position for A&S Motorsport. You see Marlon Hernandez just breaching past and unlapping himself against the race leader. But the interesting battle at the moment is for what is currently 3rd position. James Winslow has done all of his stops. Job van Uter has got 1 to go, but is catching the 23 events car by a second on that previous lap, and has just done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:57.8, and he edges closer to David Drew's lap record. It's 5.4 seconds between them when they went over the timing line, and that could be an interesting one to watch if they do get close together. Also, Enzo Richer and Augustin Bernier for Lamo and CD Sport, respectively. They are only separated by a second at the moment in 5th position. Those are 2 great young talents that are coming up through the ranks. Enzo Richer from the Formula Cup, which he won last year. Augustin Bernier coming from the Feed Racing Manicourt series, the younger brother of Victor Bernier. Let's go down to Claire Cottingham, who's in the Kojimo garage. Okay, hopefully we will be able to hear from Claire shortly. We're just not getting the audio there, I'm afraid. So we will hopefully get that fixed and hear from Nico Prost very, very shortly, who I'm sure isn't in the best mood for talking anyway at the moment after the dramas that has befallen his car and his championship hopes. Van Utert continues to close down the gap. Oh, Job van Utert is now only 7 thousandths of a second away from the lap record. In fact, 1:57.415 from the Dutchman just there. And in fact, James Winslow's coming into the pits for his final refuel now. So 45 minutes worth of fuel needed in the tank. Winslow not having to come in again for any tyre changes or driver changes or anything like that, literally just for the fuel, because they are offset at this track. So Van Uterp will go through anyway. Right, let's have attempt number 2 here with Claire Cottingham and Nico Prost.
Nico, you want to go and watch the end of the race. I was just talking there about everything that you went through in terms of the car slowing down. I was speaking to your teammate at the time. From your point of view, just talk me through what happened. The car came straight back in, and clearly there was a problem with the suspension.
Yeah, I mean, we broke, I don't remember the term, it's like where the wishbone is attached, you know, it's that small aluminium piece. Unfortunately, there's not much to do. I mean, the guys, they did a really good job to repair it. Unfortunately, it happened the worst place, which was turn 1, so all the lap to come in. Yeah, it's a disappointment, you know, especially for the team, because they've been doing a really an amazing job this year. But, you know, in the end, that's life and that's racing, and, you know, we need to move on and see how we can improve next year.
The atmosphere in the team completely changed, obviously, when it all happened. Like I said, I was interviewing your teammate. He was there 1 second and disappeared the next minute putting his helmet on. It's exactly that, isn't it? It's so disappointing for this team, and not only just the 154, they've got other teams to, other cars to be sorting out at the same time. But what's the feel in the camp? How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, I got a bit more years behind me, so you know that, you know, racing can be tough. But I think what I said is that the team should be very proud of how high they moved in one season, you know. Obviously, 2 race wins, a lot of pole positions, a lot of front row starts. It's really amazing. And, yeah, unfortunately, the reliability in the last 2 races hurt us. It's really small details, you know, it's not really like things you can really, you know, I think the mileage on the parts was fine, so that's racing. Unfortunately, it's tough luck. I think anyway it was going to be a really hard race because the car 2 number 20 was really fast. I mean, we were pushing to, you know, it was like kind of a win, crash or die situation. We wanted to win the race to be in front of them, so that's life, you know. And like I said, the team should also be very proud of what they've done this year.
Realistically now, Marlon at the wheel, he'll finish the race, I assume. We've only got around 45 minutes or 50 minutes or so left. Realistically, where are you finishing? Sorry.
Well, I don't know. You know, it's always the same. Already these races are quite hard to know until the last 30 minutes. But I don't know. I don't know if we can even score points. We're doing what we can. You know, maybe, you know, there can be a full course yellow or something, and, you know, it can really quickly change. But so far, not so good.
Nico, we've loved having you in this championship, and it's been such a joy to have you here. Are we going to see you again coming back for the next few years? Are you going to come grace us with your experience?
Well, you should ask the team manager, but yeah.
I'll go ask him now.
No, to be fair, probably. You know, I always thought I'd retire at 40. I turned 44, but yeah, I think there's a very, very good chance I'll be here next year, and I still enjoy it very, very much. You know, I still approach it the same way, so as long as I enjoy it, I think I'll be around.
And a quick note on your little one as well, who has also been karting. I follow you on Instagram, and I've been seeing that he's been out racing loads. How's he getting on?
He's very good. His first year is very good. Next week, I'm in Italy for karting, so that's also one thing that's going to be a problem, is to match everyone's, you know, schedule. But no, he's been doing really well for first year.
Bad luck for this year, but you can go out on a high at least knowing that you've done an incredible job this year. So congratulations for that. But bad luck on today. I'm so sorry.
That's life, you know.
That's racing.
Exactly, you know. All right.
Thank you, Nico.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Nico putting on a brave face and absolutely echoing the sentiments and the efforts of this team, which were not in contention at all last year. It's been an extraordinary turnaround with a fantastic group of drivers. Marlon Hernandez being a real rising star in endurance racing. This is his primary program while he completes his studies, but I've no doubt we'll see him higher up the echelons of endurance prototype racing in the future. Erwin Creed, a hugely experienced bronze driver, and Nico Prost, well, he needs no introduction really. What a pleasure for us to have a driver of his caliber in with us as a former Formula E driver and LMP1 racer as well. Of course, well known for his time with Rebellion in that iconic Lola B12 alongside the likes of Nick Heidfeld, Neil Yarni, Matthias Besch, of course, as well. So Sadly, it doesn't look like it's going to be the title that they were hoping for, but nonetheless, they can be extremely proud of the efforts that they've put in for this year. So Hernandez currently running in 15th position behind David Drew, who should be back in the Le Mans Cup for next year, as he was this year. Just completed his CLX Motorsport campaign with Cedric Ultramar. Winner in Barcelona right at the start of the year was David. Christophe Cresp into pit lane and ticking off one of his final 2 remaining pit stops. Gregory Segers has Job van Uttert for close company. So 2.6 seconds back at the start of the lap, but running significantly quicker at the moment. As you would expect as well, given Job's experience in that car. Where is he on that track at the moment? Just coming through Scene Corner and on the tail of Gregory Segers. So that is a battle for position as it stands. So see Paul Giugiani's just come through the picture. Up to 11th now is that ANS Motorsport car. Still looking to see how it fares in relation to James Winslow. Take a look, about a minute off of James Winslow with the same strategy. So in for a podium potentially here is ANS Motorsport, which of course is how they started off their year. Podium finish at this track. Ooh, car 777, so that's Enzo Richer, currently in 4th position, under investigation for an incident at turn 8, which we didn't see, but potential dramas there for the youngster, who was on double duties just today. Be hopping out of the Nova from Lamo and then heading over to the Vortex garage for the Kennel GT Endurance Cup finale. Van Uttert there in what should be 2nd position now, I'd have thought. Yes, with Gregory Segers in pit lane, so Van Uttert there. Might have used the best of the tyres because he hasn't gone purple for a while, and so he might fall just shy of the lap record, sadly. Actually now into the lead of the races, Job van Uttert, because of course Christophe Cresp also came in. So DB Autosport, the championship leading car, now leads the race. 95 laps completed by the number 20. Job van Uttert at the wheel, but still with one more pit stop to give us. So we're waiting to see where in relation they come out to the likes of James Winslow. It's a 5-second time penalty for Enzo Richer for track limits. That is on top of a drive-through penalty that they had earlier on, which I think was for a refueling infringement. Richer's just done his best lap of the race, though, 58.6. And is 26 seconds behind the race leader on what appears to be a similar strategy at the moment. Job van Uter going fastest in the first sector. Oh, hello. Team managers report to race control. Now that includes the number 20, also the 28 of James Winslow, and the 154. So all three of the championship contenders, their team managers, have been asked to report to race control. Now, what is that about, I wonder? That is an oddly specific group of people who aren't near each other on the track at the moment. We haven't seen anything doing it. It's purely a coincidence, I'm sure, that it's just the top three in the championship, but they've all been called to race control. Extraordinary. Oh, Job van Utert, having just gone purple in the first two sectors, is now coming into pit lane. Oh, that would have been the lap record lap right there, I'm sure of it, with 34 minutes to go. Maybe he can still do it in the closing stages, but that would have been good to see from Van Uter there. But he is now in to the box, and that will be his final visit to the pits, I'd have thought, except for fuel. It's his last mandatory stop anyway. 34 minutes left on the clock then. Let's head down to the DB Autosport garage with Claire Cottingham.
So I'm going to speak to Quentin Pessoa, who obviously started the race for the team that could win the championship. However, he's going to respond to me in French. So bear with us as we get through this. So Quentin, en français, how are you feeling? Ça va?
Oui, ça va, merci. Oui, effectivement, là, on est plutôt bien placé pour le championnat. Effectivement, la fin de course va être tendue, comme à chaque fois. On a fait un bon stint 1 et 2. Job van Uter fait le 3e stint et on voit que ça va fort, donc on croise les doigts.
Your teammate, very fast at the moment. It's good to have him on board in the car.
Oui, il est très rapide, effectivement. Donc il faut qu'on finisse maintenant. Effectivement, il y a beaucoup de tension, hein, on joue le championnat. Mais depuis le début du week-end, on fait un très bon job dans tous les coéquipiers, toute l'équipe. Donc on est très content. Maintenant, il faut qu'on finisse.
Nervous?
Oui, un petit peu, ouais.
But confident, happy in yourself?
Oui, bien sûr. On est content. On a hâte de voir la ligne d'arrivée.
Okay, I have no idea what he said, but I think he's happy. Thank you so much, merci.
Merci.
Yes, even producer Nathaniel was struggling to translate that last comment there. Had a big chuckle though about it. But the crux of Quentin's comments there was that Job, of course, doing an incredible job, being very fast out there, has been feeling the tension across the weekend and now just focusing on finishing the race. And he is nervous, but confidently nervous about bringing home the championship. Quentin, the son of the team boss, Daniel Bassori, is the DB in DB Autosports. They are in separate cars this weekend. Normally they race together, but with the absence of Pierre Croissant in the number 20. Quentin's stepped up for the job, so Romain Carton with 2 new teammates for this championship showdown, which I'm sure is just one of those things that you would prefer not to have to deal with. Although when the likes of Job van Utert come into the team, then you don't argue with that one. Dennis Callor into pit lane for what should be his final stop. Championship already wrapped up, just looking to finish on a high. Haven't finished outside of the top 3 in their category all season, has that 555 crew. That's what wrapped up the championship for them in Manicourt. Winners of the first 3 races of the season in Paul Ricard, Mugello and Portimao. An extraordinary effort. So that car will now rejoin. Enzo Richer now leads as we go through the last few pit sequences. The pit lane will close, though, in the last 15 minutes of the race as Ligier pits. So there are some teams. Christophe Cresp has got to do 2 more stops in these final 15 minutes before the window closes. It won't be physically closed, of course, but you have to get you have to be at least be in pit lane to do these stops. By the time they hit 15 minutes left in the race, as Marlon Hernandez into pit lane again. Looks like he's staying in for the closing stages. Of course, there's no Nico Prost wasn't in the car for very long, but there's no minimum drive time for the platinum driver in those combinations. It's always a maximum amount that they have, but they've definitely hit the minimum 50 minutes for Hernandez in that car. Awful lot of popping and banging going on at the Mistral chicane, which get a good view of if we step outside the box and take a quick stroll down. Change of rear tyres at the very least for the number 27, which was Christophe Cresp. Pulled that car in. Looks like he might still be aboard it. Slightly fresher rubber for this final half an hour, but has still got to come into the pits one more time. Has that car. It is Maxence Maurice in that car now. Also a change at A&S Motorsports. 72, which is Alexandre Yvonne, who's just come out of that car. And it'll be Adrien Yvonne, judging by the helmet. Watching the teams at work sometimes, and the sights and sounds of the pit stop as the hydraulic jacks get released, the cars fire off into the pit lane. So there's Enzo Richer just in front of James Winslow on the racetrack. Richer just on his outlap, as is Maxence Maurice. Alban Naguti in pit lane there as well. Rounding out their campaign. Valentin Simonet just by the garage, chatting with photographer Davey. So it's 26 minutes left on the clock. Job van Uitert cycles back into the lead of the race now. 2.8 ahead of Maxence Maurice. And 16 ahead of Enzo Richer, but those three cars all still with a pit stop to give us. So two of the Kojimo cars getting very close together. It's Hernandez and Calon. Hernandez just trying to unlap himself. And doesn't get too many complaints there from the sister car, and nor would you expect it to be either, because of course Hernandez, the quicker driver in the car that's fighting for overall honours in these races. So Michael Stephen comes in for his final pit stop. Very familiar with the South African racing scene. They've brought the likes of Tate Bishop and Carl Fisher as well over from South Africa to join this championship at various points throughout the year. David Drew in the number 9 Graf car doing that car's best lap of the race, 1:59.6. And currently 11 seconds behind Nicola Molini's Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. And if you don't know, Racing Spirit of Le Mans is not Le Mans as in 24 hours. Le Mans is a lake in Switzerland where the team is based. So Job van Uter back into pit lane for that final stop. So the first time we saw him, it must have been for the fuel. And then this is the final stop and hold here for that car. So now we're going to see this, where this car comes out in relation to the likes of Winslow and Michael Stephen, Paul Trajani and Sandro Perasuti. That is the critical one. Job van Uter back out onto the racetrack shortly. Remember, that car only needs to finish inside the top 8 to guarantee it the championship, now with the 154 crew well out of contention. So Maxence Maurice will cycle back through into the lead of the race now, but still with a pit stop to go. Enzo Richier in second position. James Winslow is going to have to be careful for these last 22 minutes as well. He's on his second track limits warning, and that is his final one that he will get. So bearing in mind he's already been in the car for 1 hour and 40. And he was talking about this earlier. When you have 3 drivers, you've got more opportunity to breach the track limits because it's done per driver, not per stint. And with 2 drivers in the car, of course, you're in the car for longer. So James Winslow's got to keep it squeaky clean now for the remaining 22 minutes or so of this race. Try and avoid a penalty, because right now they are in a cracking position to take victory as it stands. So that pace for Job van Uter, where is it put him? As Augustin Bernier comes in for his final stop as well, the number 32 CD Autosport car. Looking for number 20 on my timing screen. So he is behind Sandro Perasuti, which I think puts him in the net 4th position, because you've got James Winslow and then Paul Trajani in a net 2nd, then Sandro Perasuti in potentially a net 3rd. With Job van Uter in a net 4th. That's my estimation anyway, as we see Augustin Bernier's final stop for CD Sports. just serving the minimum stationary time there, and that car will be on its way again. 6.9 seconds the advantage for Maxence Maurice over Enzo Richer on the same strategy as it stands. But in fact, James Winslow's right behind Enzo Richer on the road. So this is a battle for position. They're coming up on traffic as well in the form of Denis Callon, I think it is, in the Kojimo car. And so James doesn't really have to make this move. He's not in any hurry to do so. He's got quite a significant advantage over Paul Trajani, who has yet to even come across the timing line to start the 103rd lap of this race. So there's no big hurry for James to, well, particularly to risk getting a track limits infringement, or actually more worry about damaging the car. They've got such an advantage that I think actually a 5-second time penalty isn't going to do anything to affect them, really. Last stop here for Kojimo. 2 cars on the AM podium as it stands. Well, Richet's actually been able to put that Callon car between himself and James Winslow. I'm sure we'll be treating every car he comes up to at the moment like the hind legs of a donkey, because this is the form that they have been threatening to show us all season long, but it's been one seemingly problem after another that's prevented them from really maximizing their pace. And now it seems that finally, in the final race of the season, they're going to break that duct and get their first race win right at the end of the season. And of course, it will be back-to-back wins for 23 events, with their sister car, the AM car, taking an extraordinary overall win. It was the first time ever that an all-AM car won an overall race in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. 2.5 minutes left until all those pit stops need to be served, and a lap is about 2 minutes, and Maxence Maurice and Enzo Richer actually in pit lane currently. So James Winslow will cycle back through into the lead of the race, and we'll get the proper gaps now being shown. They were the last ones. Denis Callon also doing his final stop. So we are going to be getting a good look now at how things stand in this final race of the season. But it is looking extraordinarily good for James Winslow and Elim Geshev to take their first win as a combination, their first win for 23 events. Which, of course, split from the MV2S Racing screen. It was the parting of the ways for Christophe Cresp and Stefan Roux, for Cresp to create the 23 events team at the start of the year. Enzo Calderas aboard the Sisselcom car, which again has shown extraordinary pace, but down in 21st place at the moment because of that mechanical flag and that fuel tank issue, I believe it was, that had to be addressed according to race control. But again, a really strong effort from this team that has not an awful lot of experience in racing at all, but we're very happy to welcome them for a full campaign next year. And it's Alexandre Manon, who was the driver from their Funyo team, who joined us for this weekend after Sean Canivet did so in Magny-Cours. And their 2 best drivers from the Funyo season are going to be doing a private test here shortly. So the pit lane officially closed for business. And no one late to the party, thankfully. Oh, 5-second time penalty coming in for Paul Trajani. Now that could be significant for the car that is now in second position. Although should have a big enough advantage over Sandro Peresuti for that not to really matter, though that could change though. Pace is pretty similar at the moment actually, but I can for the first time give you just how much of an indication as to how well this car has done. It is currently 1 minute 9 seconds clear of the field. That is an extraordinary effort from this team. Truly, truly extraordinary. So if we look for 71 on our track map, just coming through the chicane now, and actually the AM car from 23 events has done such an extraordinary job again that Max Maurice is currently in third position, having come out of pit lane. So he's ahead of Sandro Peresuti by 14 seconds. Now, that is the bronze driver aboard that car in third position, but it's a 15-second or so gap for Sandro Peresuti to try and close down in these closing, 7 or 8 laps of this race. For Switch Racing to claim their first ever podium finish in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. That's game on right there. Job van Uitert is then in 5th position. And so I think it's academic at this point, but I will do the mathematics just to be safe for Romain Carton. In 5th place finish would be 10 points. And for Alim Gishev and James Winslow came here on 60.5, getting the full complement of points, but they will be 5 shy of what they need to usurp Romain Carton. So as it stands, Romain Carton will be crowned champion in about 12 minutes time. Job van Uitert picking up his second track limits infringement, but he's got 17 seconds or so over Enzo Richer in 6th position. CD Sport with 2 cars inside the top 10 as well. 32 Augustin Bernier ahead of Michael Stephen, number 30. Ban Naguti and David Drew currently completing the top 10. So this strategy for ANS Motorsport, where they got all their stops out of the way early, has been good for them. It's got them into 2nd place, but I think there's just no answer for the pace that 23 events have put out there at the moment, especially if they are getting 2 cars up there on the overall podium, one of them being the AM car. But Sandro Peresuti was nearly 2 seconds quicker on that previous lap. So that number 27 car, the Maxence Maurice car from 23 events, is the car we need to be watching, because Sandro Peresuti is closing in on him. And actually has a car for pretty close company as well. There's the 2nd place car, Paul Trajani. Car that was started by Louis Rossi, handed over to Belen Garcia, and now at the hands of Paul Trajani. They are going to end the season by the looks of it as they started, which is on the podium, but 1 place higher. It will match their best finish of the season, which they scored in Mugello. Sadly, a winless campaign. They've had opportunities to do so. They've certainly had the speed to do so across the season, but hasn't quite worked out in their favour at times. So that is 5.5 seconds between them, but Trajani lapping quicker than Maurice, as you'd expect, as the silver class driver. Actually, I didn't notice that Job van Uitert is closing in on Sandro Peresuti. which they are just coming out of turn 6 and 7 now. And onto the Mistral. So if we stick with this, and we can actually see them coming down the straight now, the Switch Racing car being challenged by the Job van Utertt number 20 car. So that's the battle for 4th position. So these guys, hopefully, if they're sensible, they work together to try and close down Maxence Maurice, because that's now 11 seconds to the podium. One of these two cars could end up on the overall rostrum here. I'm sure it depends on how much Job van Utertt is willing to risk battling with Sandro Perisutti here, because of course Van Utertt, he's done the job he needs to do. He's given Romain Carton the position he needs to win the championship. Sandro Perisutti, meanwhile, hoping to go for his first podium in the championship, a first for the team. But that number 20 is the car that should be winning the championship. Perisutti makes the dive there on the 72 ANS Motorsport car, puts the lap on Adrian Yvonne. That compromises his exit and opens up the door for Job van Utertt to draw alongside down the start-finish straight with 8 minutes left on the clock. The battle for 4th position is on, and Perisutti might well just be losing his chances of a podium finish here. He does, as Job van Utertt breaks deep around the outside and into turn 1, takes 4th position away from Sandro Perisutti. He now only has 9 seconds to close down to Maxence Maurice, and last time around lapped 4 seconds quicker than the 3rd place car. So it seems like DB Autosport, if they keep up this pace, will be rounding out their championship winning campaign with a podium finish, which is going to make life easier for Claire Cottingham in pit lane. When we want to go and speak to the champion, but they don't necessarily pull them over into Parc Fermé, as of course for Maxence Maurice still leading the AM category. But will they finish on the overall podium? That is the question. The gap, 9 seconds between Maxence Maurice and Job van Utertt. And you've got to feel for Sandro Perisutti. Had he kept Job van Utertt at bay, maybe they could have worked together and closed down the Maurice car and had Switch Racing finish on the podium. But at the very least, a top 5 finish, it's still going to be their best ever result in this championship, beating their 6th place finish last time out in Magny-Cours. And you can see the team going from strength to strength and learning as they go around. The team that was known for stunt and drifting here in France, now completing their 1st year of circuit competition in this championship, and they've still got a race to come as well in the Kennel GT Endurance Cup as well. Their first appearance there with their GT4 Cayman that's been sprint racing in the Ultimate Cup in 2025. That's where Sandro Perisutti started this year, but it has been a very, very impressive campaign for them, with now just 6 minutes left on the clock in this incredible season of the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Just keeping an eye on the time of Job van Utertt, bringing the gap down by a further 2 seconds or so. Oh, but it's a 5-second time penalty for Job van Utertt. That might cost them the overall podium. It's not going to be too much of a drama in terms of the championship, But in terms of finishing the season with an overall podium, they may well fall afoul now with less than 5 minutes on the clock. Oh, it's a 5-second time penalty for Paul Trajani as well, and he's only 9 seconds ahead of Maxence Maurice, but pulling away. Oh, actually, sorry, they've got 10 seconds worth of penalties. That's a second penalty for that car. So the gap has literally just gone over 11 seconds now, in fact. So Trajani's going to have to keep that up and make sure that they keep a 10-second buffer to Maxence Maurice. If Job van Utek gets up there and disrupts Maxence Maurice a little bit, that could help things quite a bit. As is pulling away from Perasuti. Enzo Richer a further 16 seconds back in 6th position. 2 laps to go then for James Winslow, and his first victory in over a year in this championship. His first with the 23 events crew, first for Alim Geshev as well. He is more than a minute clear of the chasing pack. It's been an extraordinary effort from them. 110 laps now completed for this car. As we look for where Job van Utek and Maxence Maurice are on the track. Bit of traffic getting involved there as well. I can see on the map with the number 70 ANS Motorsport car, Gregory Seegers, in the 11th position. That Van Utek has just gone round. Van Utek 4 seconds back from the podium places at the start of the lap, and again nearly 3 seconds quicker than Maxence Maurice. But remember, he hasn't just got to overtake that car, he's got to pull 5 seconds on it as well, because that 23 events car has managed to go, as far as I can tell, has gone through this event without picking up any time penalties for track limits. Whereas, yeah, Job van Utek has just picked one up. It's now less than 3 seconds, though, as they met the timing line. Final lap of the race now being started for James Winslow. Well, we spoke to James at the start of the race, we spoke to him during the race. It seems like whatever gamble they've played on that rear wing has paid off massively, because the speed of this car has been extraordinary. A great effort from Alim Geshev in the first part of the race, where he definitely is establishing himself as one of the finest bronze drivers in Europe at the moment. One wonders where this combination can go as they compete together in years to come. But this is what they have been trying to do all year long. Steering issues, that belt snaps, fluids out of the car, all manner of problems that have gotten in the way of what this combination has been capable of. Now we're finally seeing them unleashed. It's taken till the final round, but for them, I'm sure it will be worth the wait. Done everything they can to keep the championship alive as well. They had to come here and win the race and hope that dramas befell DB Autosport and Kojimo Racing. They did befall Kojimo Racing, but DB Autosport has kept it on the straight and narrow, and so as a result, it's not going to be the championship, but to have kept it alive for this long has been a mighty effort from 23 events, who are going to go back to back in their first year as an established race team. James Winslow out of Virage du Pont for the 112th time. It is victory in the finale of the European Endurance Prototype Cup for James Winslow and Alim Geshev at 23 Events Racing. An absolutely extraordinary finish to this championship. Paul Trajani, we expect to come over the line in second place, but we will keep an eye out for Job van Uitert, who is on the back of Maxence Maurice and fighting for a podium place. Here it is, in fact, he's coming out to the chicane and trying to make this place for the podium. He'll get it on the road. Will he be able to pull 5 seconds in the last few corners? I don't think he will. Championship surely sewed up as van Uitert goes through into Seen Corner, takes third position on the road, but that 5-second time penalty may well deny the DB Autosport crew the opportunity to celebrate this championship on the overall rostrum, but that won't matter to them one iota. Still waiting for Trajani to come across the line, actually. That's how big Winslow's advantage was in this race, as it will be Job van Uitert who brings the number 20 DB Autosport car across the line. Third position on the road, but the champion of the European Endurance Prototype Cup in 2025 will be Romain Carton. A huge day for DB Autosport as they celebrate the championship for Romain Carton. Matthias Besch, I'm sure, watching along in Bahrain as he completes his rookie test in the World Endurance Championship, and will be so proud of what this team has accomplished this year. Victories in the first 2 races of the season that set them up beautifully for a championship campaign that has gone the way of Romain Carton, thanks in this race to the efforts of Job van Uitert and Quentin Bassora as well. Let's not forget them, as well as Philippe Nemois and Pierre Croisnon, who have all played their part in that car throughout the year. So confirmation, though, it will be Maxence Maurice and Christophe Cresp as the winners of the YAM category, who finish on the overall podium as a result of the 5-second time penalty for track limits for Job van Uitert. Sandro Perisutti scores Switch Racing's best ever finish alongside Alistair Young and Fabien Michal, 5th position as they round out their first year in the championship. Enzo Richer is 6th for Lama Racing alongside Alexandre Lafourcade and Danny Bunchu. CD Autosport bringing 2 cars into the top 10 with Augustin Bernier, Alain Boulin and Gilles Herriot in 7th position, and then Michael Stephen and Nick Adcock in 8th, Alban Naguti, Cindy Goudet and Valentin Simonet 9th for Naguti competition, and finally Quentin Joseph, David Drew and Eric Trulé inside the top 10 for Graf Racing. The AM podium being completed by 2 Kojimo cars, the champions of 2025, Sebastien Morales, Philippe Dirion and Dennis Callon in the 555 car, joined by the 57 of Stéphane Rupp and Nicolas Chartier, as James Winslow brings the 23 Events car into pit lane. Romain Carton, the champion, will not be joining them in the celebrations down in Parc Fermé, but that's what it means for 23 Events. Alim Geshev joining in on the celebrations, banging on the hood of the car, and will likely be the first to embrace James Winslow. Well, he should come into the commentary box more often. Big hug there between Alim and James as they celebrate their victory. Back-to-back victories for 23 Events. James and Alim's first win for the team. And yes, he enjoys the celebrations with Christophe Cresp, the team boss. 1 minute and 18 seconds the advantage in the end over Paul Trajani. ANS Motorsport matched their best finish of the season in 2nd place, and Paul just arriving on the scene now. pulling up into second place. It's double podium delight for 23 events though, as once again their AM car providing yet another extraordinary overall performance. It was the victory overall with strategic play in Magny Core, but this was done on pure speed this time. A third place finish with the help of a time penalty from Job van Uitert, admittedly. But still a magnificent performance from Christophe Cresp and Maxence Maurice. Well, celebrations in Parc Fermé. I do hope we do get to get a word from the DB crew as they win the championship. See Claire getting ready to doorstep the drivers. They're very happy camp at 23 events. The 154 car, by the way, coming home in 18th position in the end. Not the race they were hoping for in their championship bid. Well, it's been an extraordinary campaign in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. Before we hand down to Claire Cottingham, we will thank you very much for joining us on this incredible season. It's been a joy to bring this season to you. So let's, for one last time, head down to Parc Fermé and hear from James Winslow and Alim Geshev.
One last time indeed. So many congratulations going around here. You might have thought they'd won the championship at this point. James Winslow, Alim, let's have a chat with you both. James, let's have a chat with you first. Congratulations. You've been marred with issues with this car and all sorts happening just at the end. You brought it home and in style. We spoke on the grid about a small change that you'd made to the rear. That made a difference, didn't it?
It helps us in traffic to overtake, yes. the small tip, which we won't mention now. But no, it's a fantastic race. It kind of went our way. We could have done this kind of result at the start of the season at the same track, but we had the power steering failure, as we've mentioned 100 times before. But today, no issues with the car. The car was fast. Aline did a magical first 2 hours. And for once, it all went like clockwork.
It did. You were in the commentary box watching Alim, and you were so impressed at his performance. Alim, let's talk us through the first couple of hours. I came to speak to you at one point and he was too nervous to have a chat with me, so it's nice to be able to talk to you now. Fair enough though. Talk me through your stint first. Oh, he's going to take it from me. Do you want to? You can take it.
Yeah, actually the race was good. The pace was good. We did a few mistakes in the first laps, but probably could recover and get a very good pace. I'm happy. Yeah, and I'm happy that this season, with all things which went with the car, all troubles, but finally we got P1, and I'm more than happy. Yeah.
And you did it in style as well. You waited for the final race of the season to do it. James, you were speaking to us in the commentary box about Alim. How impressive has he been, and how impressed have you been at his performance?
Especially the last two races, extremely impressed. He's only been racing for 3 years, maybe 2.5. So his progression's been huge. So I think the last 2 rounds have been super impressive. That's the closest he's been to me and to like pro drivers. He's a genuine bronze because of his age. And he's only been racing 3 years, but no, he's been doing a fantastic job. He helped set that race up. I just had to go out there and do what I've been doing for years, just go round and round in circles at a similar pace. But Alim's performance helped win that race for us.
And Alim, the fact that you'd had all these sort of gremlins and things going on with the car over the season, the fact you were mathematically in contention for the win overall of the championship, that just shows how good this partnership is, doesn't it?
Yeah, this partnership is not for first year, and James coached me for 3rd year overall, and we are sharing a car the first year. And but I think that it couldn't be better, I would say. That's why I'm happy to have such a coach, such a friend, and co-driver. Yeah, and once more, the whole season my family supports me. My wife and my son Platon, I want to say hi to them. I know that they are watching the live stream, That's why. Thank you very much.
They'll be watching it and they'll be very proud, I'm sure, Alima, of your performance. Just finally then, are we going to be seeing you guys, I nearly fell over, are we going to be seeing you guys next year? Is this something we hope to see?
I hope so. I hope we can come back and put this right. I'm not sure even where we finish in the championship, but we're somewhere in the top 3. We won the last race. We've been on the podium the last 3, so the last half of the season. We could have won more races than that without a few bits of bad luck, so the team's great. My co-driver's great, so I would like to be invited back again for next year and try and set the record straight.
Guys, congratulations. Go and enjoy it. We've got a podium to get ready for now. Well done to you guys. Now, the car that we have won the championship is not here because it's not in Parc Fermé, which is a massive shame. So we won't be able to speak to the actual overall champions, but maybe during the GT Endurance we can hunt them down and bring you a exclusive interview with them anyway. But we'll see what we can do. But for now, this is what we're seeing. A huge congratulations to the team. You can see what it means to them. Overall winners of Paul Ricard, the final race of the season for the prototype endurance. And what a race we were shown here. Fantastic work from all the drivers out there. Congratulations to the champions that have been crowned over this weekend already. Make sure you join us next year. We'll be back for more racing in the Ultimate Cup. So do make sure you join us then.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.